Morning, everyone. Welcome to all who just jumped on. We're going to start in just a moment. So we'll start right at 10. Get warmed up. I really appreciate you being here this early in the morning, and we've got some great speakers to kick us off. So thanks for being here. We'll start in just a minute. All right, I am seeing 10 a.m., so we'll get started, and I know folks will jump on as we go along. So welcome, everybody. This is day 2 of the Youth Climate Summit. We are starting really strong with some great speakers this morning, so we're going to do a quick intro, and then we'll get started. Awesome. Well, thanks to all who are returning from yesterday. If you're new today, I'm Hallie. I manage our youth program here at the Red Cross Greater New York. And so I'm really excited to see you. If I haven't met you before, wonderful to meet you. So just some ground rules. These are the same as yesterday. If you want to ask a question, I have all of you on mute just to make sure that we run the presentation as smooth as possible. But if you have a question, by all means, feel free to raise your hand and I'll unmute you. And the chat box is always open. So if you want to send a question at any point, type it in the chat. Feel free to send comments, GIFs. It's a great tool to have on Teams. So by all means, use it. If you would like live captions, the way you do that is you scroll to where you have that chat icon on Teams, and there should be a either 3-button icon or it'll say more options. You'll click that, and then you can click turn on live captions. So this is really helpful if you like to read things as you go along. I know sometimes folks are less audio and they're more text-based, so please turn that on if that would be useful. And then I will be adding your hours on Monday. So don't worry about adding those. Just being here is all you need to do. So thanks so much, everybody. And the same applies as yesterday, where I will be entering folks who are engaged in the comments into a raffle for a t-shirt. So definitely use that chat box. To get us warmed up for our first speaker, hi, Angel, do you have a question? Let me unmute you. Yep, Angel, do you have a question?
Hi, good morning. How, so the service letting hours, will you email me it, or are you gonna email, are you just gonna email me about it, or you gonna email my professor?
So if you are in our volunteer connections database, I will add the hours for you. If you are not, send me an email and I will walk you through how to do that. But we do want to make sure that if you need to count hours, you'll need to be based in our greater New York region.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a great question. All right. Okay, to get us practicing using the chat box, if everybody can send a GIF describing their ideal weather. But first, for those who were there with us yesterday, what is the difference between weather and climate? Can somebody put that in the chat box? We need a refresher. Does anybody remember what is the difference between weather and climate? Awesome. Cyrus, let me unmute you. Oh, your hand went away. If you want to type it in the chat, if that's better, feel free to do that. Does anybody remember? I'll give you a hint. One has to do with averages and one doesn't. Okay, let's see. Emmanuel says weather is like one day while climate is an average. Awesome. Kelly says climate is more long-term. Perfect. Katya said climate is an average. You all know it. You're good. Look at this. This is amazing. William, Jonathan, you guys know your stuff. Okay, perfect. So now if you can send a GIF of your ideal weather. So we just learned it's more of that short term. You walk outside. What do you feel when you walk outside? I'm going to try to find a GIF for mine. That's absolutely right, Jacqueline. That is great. So I sent my GIF. I really like foggy weather. I don't know where that came from, but I really like it. Okay, Waffle likes a good sunny day. Absolutely. Isabella likes the fall. Yep, some cold, nice weather. Amy likes the sun. I get it. I wish I was more of a sun person. I'm from Florida, but I love the foggy. Okay, Sarah likes the sun as well. So Axki, it should be in your chat box there. It might be under the 3 dots. You might have to click Giphy or it'll say GIF. If some other folks, if they have a suggestion, maybe they can let Axki know how they accessed it, because I know it's a little bit different than what I have as a presenter. But it should be in your chat box. Kelly likes the sun. Alex likes more of the moody fall. Lola likes rain. Lola's all about the rain. That's a very unique one. I like rain too. Rachel likes the snow, a snowy day. William's a sun person. Israt likes snow and rain. Okay, then we're about to enter a good season for you. Cyrus likes the rain. Okay, so we actually have a lot of rain people. That's good to know. Maybe we should all plan a trip to Seattle. We'll go visit the Red Cross office there. Awesome. These are perfect. And you guys had such a good sense of weather versus climate. So I'm really happy to see that. You did so well learning yesterday. All right, well, it looks like we know how to use the chat. We know how to send things, which means we are ready for our first presenters. I am going to pass it over to the Service for the Armed Forces and International Services team. We have a few folks presenting today. Let's see, we got one chat. Derek, yep, a rain and a sun. Okay, so you've got both. So I'm going to pass it over to Kyla and Gianna, who are going to tell us more about how to get involved. And if you have any questions or any comments, just type them in the chat as we go along. So Kyla and Gina, are you ready to go?
Yes, I am. Kyla starts off first.
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, great. And you're going to share your slides, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I'll stop sharing. Welcome.
Right, let me just share my slides quickly. All right, I hope everybody can see this.
Yep, looks great.
Great. Well, thank you all for being here, and I'm so excited that we can present to you today for the next hour. I want to apologize. I am quite sick, so I hope you can still understand me with my voice. But we're here to present to you the Youth Action Campaign, or the YAC program. This year, the topic is the environment and armed conflict, which is a perfect topic for this summit. I'm so happy to be here with you today, and we're also going to have Gina as well. We're both the regional coordinators, and we're so happy also to have a school from last year who joined, the Brooklyn Technical High School. They will also come in a little bit later and give their an overview of their experience from last year. So we're so happy to be here with you today. And we're going to go into the agenda, so you'll have an idea of what to expect over the next hour. We're going to start with a brief introduction by Gina. She's going to give you an overview of what the program is about. From there, we're going to be joined by the Brooklyn Technical High School, and they will give you their experiences of last year. And then we will go on to talk about the topic for this year for the program, which is environment and armed conflict. And we're just going to go into what you're going to learn in the program this year if you do join. And then we're going to go into a little bit more of the details on where do you go from here and what to expect over the next little while if you do join. And then we have time for a conclusion and question and answers. So as we go along, please, if you have a question, feel free to type it in the chat box and we'll definitely get to it. But starting out, I'm going to hand the floor off to Gina, who's going to give you an introduction to the program.
Okay, good morning. My name is Gina Cates-Reether. I am one of the Region Coordinator volunteers based in New York County. We begin today by defining the Youth Action Campaign Program, known by its acronym YAC. What is YAC? Well, the American Red Cross's International Humanitarian Law, in short, IHL, Youth Action Campaign empowers youth and young adults ages 13 to 24 to learn about international humanitarian law, the body of law that governs armed conflict. Young people volunteer to educate the American public on IHL by exploring topics with their communities through peer-to-peer education campaigns. Every year, there's a new theme. Last year was preservation of cultural property. This year is environment and armed conflict. Youth teams participate in an IHL training and learn how to build their own educational campaigns and conduct in-person and social media activities to promote awareness around IHL. And well, let us take a minute to listen to a brief commentary on the YAC program. Kylie, you want to push play?
Yeah, just give me 1 second. I think I might have to change screens.
Okay.
So 1 second. Cool. Can everybody see this? Oh, sorry. I clicked the wrong button.
Yep, we could see it on YouTube.
International Humanitarian Law Youth Action Campaign is an effort nationwide to empower our younger generation to go out there and spread awareness about some important IHL facts. Every year we have a different theme. Last year it was about the dangers for healthcare workers working in conflict areas. And this year specifically, it's about the evolution of technologies used in warfare and specifically autonomous weapons.
And the program doesn't necessarily have any political agenda. We're not saying that we need to pass this policy. Rather, we're trying to get people to talk about the issue and to become informed.
Youth today are already at the forefront of a lot of discourse. They're the ones whose voices are really being heard, and they're the ones I think that many adults turn to, actually. I don't think that youth are the future. I think that they're the present. They're the already builders of culture and influencers. And so by leveraging the power of youth volunteers, that's how we're going to have the biggest impact.
Great. And I just wanted to point out, this is an older video, so the topic this year is not what they said, but the topic is the environment, and last year was preservation of cultural property.
How are you, Madeline? Good to see you.
All right.
I saw you for
Sorry, I don't know if that's me or I think so. Okay, so let's get back to the slides. And I'll pass it back over to Gina.
Okay, so what will you learn today? What will we learn today? We're going to learn the history and development of IHL, IHL principles and core concepts, the Geneva Conventions, how climate change is affecting armed conflict and vice versa, best practices for building a successful awareness campaign, how the environment can be affected and damaged by armed conflict and how the law protects it. And there are three main components to this program. Phase 1, participants will receive an instruction course on IHL and its core principles, including training on building peer-to-peer campaigns. In Phase 2, participants are permitted to be creative in designing their own campaigns and implementation, not excluding coming up with their own prizes and activities for outreach. And lastly, in Phase 3, participants who illustrated exemplary skills of advocacy and articulation will be selected as representatives to DC, where they will present their campaign summaries before members of Congress. And now I hand the floor to Ms. Van Wyck, the team lead. We'll go into further details of the YAC program.
Great. And I'm just going to highlight some of the campaign ideas that some of the other participants of the program in the past have used. So the University of Chicago did a social media campaign. They did a movie night. They promoted chapter-wide IHL events and IHL speaker events. The Rickards High School Red Cross Club, they did an Instagram outreach program. They did an IHL mapathon that looked very interesting. And then they did an Instagram Model UN mini collaboration. So these are some of the campaign ideas that some of the previous national-wide participants implemented. This wasn't from our region, but it was from on the national. So now we're going to move on to the Brooklyn Technical High School section, and we're going to ask them to come in and tell us about their experiences with the program last year. Just to give you, to remind you that the program last year was preservation of cultural property. So we're really looking forward to hearing from them and hearing how they benefited from the program and what their experiences was. So I'm going to pass you off to the Brooklyn Tech team, and they can take you from here.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So my name is Chloe. I am a senior at Tech, and I am one of the co-presidents. One of my partners.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi,
Yeah.
my name is Syra, and I'm also one of the co-presidents of our Red Cross Club, and I'm also a senior.
And then we also have our Vice President Bailey. He could not come last minute, but he's also a senior at Tech. So next slide. Okay, so like Kyla said, we did the YAC campaign last year, and we wanted to engage our members and inform them of this issue, so to spread awareness about it. So one of the things that we did was the social media campaign. So since everyone our age is like on their phones or on socials, we decided that this would be like a great way to spread awareness about it. So we created several Instagram posts and posted it on our social media so that they could learn more about it. It was like information about IHL and the theme, so they could learn on it while they're like scrolling through their feed. And we wanted to take it a step further and have them share it on their socials too, so that we could have a wider audience and get more awareness spread. And then we also had IHL Week, which was a week full of activities, a week long full of activities. And to start it off, we had a speaker event, and we actually had Kyla speak at it. Me personally, it was one of my favorite events because it was just so fun hearing from Kyla. She was sharing about her experience with the UN, and you'll see later, but we were just super entertained. We loved it. We loved her stories. And yeah, And then we also had a movie night. We watched Wonder Woman 1989, I think it was called. But we watched it, and it was about someone abusing cultural artifact and destroying cultural property. So it's very relevant to the theme that we had last year. And it was a different type of way to learn about IHL, since it's not just another presentation. And then we also had games, another fun way to learn about IHL. As you can see, the topper image, we were playing Limbo and Pictionary, crossword puzzles, and word search to hopefully engage them in a fun way. We also had a poster making event. On the bottom right, you can see one of the posters that our members made. This is so they could like apply their knowledge that they did learn throughout the week. And then lastly, we had a museum event, which is also one of my favorites. It was an actual like face-to-face interaction with our members instead of just being virtual. So we took a tour of the Museum of Art and Design, and they basically were talking about different artifacts and cultural property and how it's so important to different cultures and why we should protect them. So yeah, overall, it was a very great campaign that we had. Next slide.
Hi, so Chloe talked about many of the events that we had, but we'd like to just share some of the statistics. So our initial goal was to reach about 10,000 views from social media and other ways, and our engagement, our like real face-to-face interaction was 1,000. Was around 1,000. However, through our social media presentations, the Kyla event and the IHL Week events, we garnered over 18,000 views. And the way that we went over our goal was just amazing. And then we were also able to get over 2,000 engagements, so real life interactions with people. And I just think that even though that Brooklyn Tech is a huge school, to get this many people to interact with the Red Cross and the IHL events was just an amazing opportunity that we had. And we're so glad that we were able to educate people while also having lots and lots of fun. Next slide. And just some reflections, as you can see from the bottom right picture. Excuse me. This was during the Kyla event where she came in and gave her she told us about her experience at the UN, what she did, and some anecdotes. And it was just it was really entertaining, but also very educational. And I think this was one of the most loved events that we had at Brooklyn Tech's Red Cross, as you can see from our reactions on the picture. But overall, even though at first it was really difficult for us to get like places to have our events because of like the large number of our club, we were able to really work around it and find actual places near our community, which is kind of on theme with the cultural property, such as like churches and parks and museums, to really show our club that this is something that we're really interested in, and like teach them about the IHL principles. And this not only increased our familiarity with the Red Cross mission, we were also able to increase our club participation because of how interesting the topic was and how closely our club was working along with it, including in participation with the Red Cross HQ at Greater New York.
Great. If you're finished, we're going to go on to your summary video.
Yeah, I just wanted to conclude. But the campaign was a really fun time for us and definitely for our members. We received like a lot of feedback, and they said that they learned a lot, especially from the guest speaker event with Kyla and the museum tour. So yeah, I really encourage people to do it just so that these issues can be can have more awareness and they could learn more about it and have more people informed. Yeah, that's it.
Well, thank you. Thank you all so much. That was such a great great overview of your experience, and really it's very inspirational, really. You guys did so well last year. So what I want to do now is actually share your summary video. So at the end of their campaign, what's required is that you need to submit a summary video or either a presentation of some sort, just to capture the main events of your campaign. And their video was so great and inspiring. So we're just gonna now turn to the video and watch what they did last year. I'm just gonna stop sharing for 1 minute because it's a little bit. Okay, let's share the screen. Okay, here we go. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Ashley Liu and I'm the graphic designer of the BTHS Red Cross Club.
My name is Chloe and I am the co-secretary.
Hi, my name is Bailey Howe, and I was the treasurer for the Brooklyn Tech Red Cross Club this year.
Hi, my name is Syra and I'm the co-pres.
Hi, my name is Wafa and I'm the club representative.
Hi, I'm Malia and I'm the club rep for the BTHS Red Cross Club.
Hello, my name is Clara Vin and I'm one of the current co-presidents for the Brooklyn Technical High School Red Cross Club.
So to start our IHL week off, we had one of our amazing volunteers with our chapter headquarters, Kyla, come in and talk to our members about the origins of IHL, the importance of it, the preservation of cultural properties, and her experience with the UN while stationed in Afghanistan. So this event served as a precursor for our members to learn more about IHL and the preservation of cultural properties before we jumped into all the events for the week. And this event had over 40 attendees, and at the end of the event, we had our members fill out a conclusion form where they talked about their experiences and their feedback. So 100% of the attendees said they gained new knowledge from the event. 92% of attendees said they would love to attend another event like this. 100% of attendees felt that the presentation was engaging and informative. We also had our members write about what they learned with the talk with Kyla, and here are some of the responses that our members gave. One member said, "I think I learned a lot about IHL, and I guess to live as the speaker said. I was amazed by her different experiences and to actually live in Afghanistan. I think it says how someone like me should experience the world and go out of our comfort zones." Another member said, "I definitely learned more about IHL in general and how there are rules set in place to help protect cultural sites." A third member said, "Kyla's experiences were crazy and pretty cool. I also learned about the destruction of the Bamiyan Buddhas." So on the second day of IHL week, our members watched Wonder Woman 1984. And through this, members were able to learn about IHL in a broader context and in a popular media source that they could understand. This event, we had 39 attendees. So on the third day of IHL week, we called upon our members to make some posters and infographics about IHL and the preservation of cultural properties. So here are some of the amazing posters our members made.
So for day 4 of our IHL week, we held a game day during lunch periods in our school. Red Cross members and non-Red Cross members were able to learn more about the theme of preservation of cultural property through playing a few fun games including Pictionary, Lumbo, and Bucket Pong. The event was very interactive and fun as we got to connect with our members more. all while educating them about the theme. Here are some pictures and videos that were taken during the event. So for day 5 of IHL week, we had an asynchronous game day for those that couldn't attend our in-person game day. Our members were able to continue the fun of learning the theme of preservation of cultural property by completing a crossword puzzle, word search, and a quiz. It was a pleasure to say that everyone was successful in completing these activities, which demonstrates the knowledge that they have learned throughout the week. So here are some of the activities that the members completed. So for the final day of IHL week, we took a trip to the Museum of Art and Design. We were able to meet numerous members in person and undertake a guided tour of the museum, which featured many culturally significant artifacts. With this tour, we were able to illustrate to our members the beauty and importance of cultural property. We were able to receive some feedback from this trip.
Okay, David, in your opinion, do you think museums are important?
I think museums are important because you get to learn new things about different perspectives of art.
Okay. How did going to the museum help expand your knowledge on preservation of cultural property?
So like the basketball game downstairs that we saw, it was like talking about black culture and like difference between men and female expectations.
Okay, a piece that I related to was a display from a Nepali artist of like 3 different shawls and how they were from different generations. However, like there was a big change from cultural property and how artists are still trying to like preserve this. Yeah.
It is safe to say that everyone had an enjoyable time that day, learning and having fun.
I am so incredibly grateful and proud to have been a part of this journey where our high school club has been able to solicit over 1,000 community service hours outside of our general meetings from our very active, roughly 300 members. We have effectively spread so much information about IHL, preserving cultural property, ways to respond to emergencies and different types of situations we can find ourselves in, and even such skills as to how to operate different online programs such as Excel that can help us in responding to such circumstances. And I'm just so proud of everything we were able to accomplish with the circumstances the pandemic has forced upon us and the amount of help we were able to give to everybody around us and just prepare ourselves for future possibilities of disasters. And yeah, I'm just so happy to be a part of this movement.
Through this year's YC campaign, we were able to reach a very large number of people. We originally hoped to achieve 10,000 views and 1,000 engagements. Our campaign smashed these goals, achieving almost double what we set out to. We were able to attain 18,555 views and a total of 2,189 engagements through our efforts this year.
And some of the challenges that we faced this year at Red Cross was getting help from our school. Because of the size of our club with over 300 youth volunteers, it was really hard to find spaces at our school. However, we were able to look into our community spaces, such as parks, museums, and churches, to establish events. So this meant that our youth volunteers were able to get plenty of space to really get into the event and learn.
Another one of our issues this year was trying to get our large population of members to engage in the club while being online. The solution to this issue was to use social media to our advantage. We were able to engage our audience by spreading information about the Youth Action Campaign and IHL. We were also able to get our audience engaged by using reflection questions at the end of our events and using word of the days at our general meetings to keep the audience understanding what IHL is and keeping them involved in our club.
So something we learned while working on IHL is how to better work together as a team. We learned how to compromise, collaborate with others, including our exec members and club members. We also learned just how much preservation of cultures can directly affect us, whether your culture is endangered or it's just a very common culture?
So one of our favorite things about the YAK campaign was being able to spread awareness about IHL and this year's theme of preservation of cultural property.
It was also great working with people at HQ, people like Anthony, Hallie, and Kyla, who really inspired us with their stories and inspired us to be better people, not just this year in this campaign, but in our life. And they really taught us some life lessons that will carry through us to the end of our days. So thank you guys at HQ. It's really been a great year.
Facilitating our club was a challenge. However, with over 300 youth volunteers, we were able to come together and show our passion and determination to establish a successful campaign. I'd like to thank my executive board, the Greater New York HQ, and our youth volunteers to establish an environment where there was learning and fun.
Oh, I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was so great. Really, yeah, Brooklyn Tech was such an inspiration last year. They did so well. But this is a type of thing you can look forward to if you join the program. Let me share with you. Sorry, let's get back to the thing. Okay, well, sorry, let me share with you my screen. I think that will work better. And there we go. So yeah, no, Brooklyn Tech did so great last year, and this is a thing to look forward to if you join the program, and we really hope that a lot of you will. It's just great to see like the schools go out and really engage with the community on the topic. It's just so inspirational, and I know that you'll have such a great experience. So now we're going to move on to the next part, which is just talking a little bit about the topic for this year, which is the environment and armed conflict. And we're going to talk about what we'll learn, how we'll learn it. Before we start, I wanted to just give you this little quote by the United Nations that I thought was nice. It says here that climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns. These shifts may be natural, such as through variations in the solar system, but since the 1800s, human activities have been the main driver of climate change. This is so true because apart from just burning fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas, humans also affect climate change through conflict. And this is what you will learn in the program. You will learn how climate change impacts conflict and vice versa. So in the program, we will learn what IHL is. And this goes along with what Gina said as well earlier on. So you're going to learn about IHL and what it is. You're going to learn about what happens when IHL is violated. You're going to learn about the 4 principles of IHL. You're going to learn how to design a campaign, how conflict impacts climate, and how IHL is designed to protect the environment. And you'll also learn why protecting the environment is important. Now, how will you learn this? So you're going to learn it in essentially 2 different ways. First, you're going to learn the basics through the Red Cross YAK training that we're going to give you at the beginning. It's quite an intensive training. It's about 4 hours. And the second way that you'll learn it is through actually implementing and designing your campaigns yourself. So there's 2 different ways to learn about the environment and conflict in IHL. So in the training that we're going to give at the very beginning of the program, we will introduce you to the topics and get you familiar with the topics. And we're going to do that through discussions and debates, case studies, group activities, and videos. Since it's such a long training, the idea is that we're not just teaching you through a PowerPoint, but we want this specific training to be very interactive and to really get you engaged and interested in the topics. So you'll learn through the training, and then you're also going to learn through the campaigns. Now, the great thing about this program is that the Red Cross really guides you through your campaigns. We've basically invented the wheel for you, and you do not have to reinvent it. So it allows and gives space to people who want to be creative in their campaigns. You're able to design and decide whatever campaigns you want to implement, as long as it's cleared by us. But if you're not as creative, like myself, I'm not a very creative person at all, it gives you a repository of campaign ideas that you can just go in and choose from. And the great thing is that gives you step by step what to do for each of the for each step along the way. So there's really no thinking involved, really. And it's just so easy to implement these ideas. So I wanted to give you some examples of some of the campaign ideas that you could use if you wanted for your campaigns if you do join. So one example that we have here that you have access to is called Artwork of Armed Conflict. So this campaign idea is suggesting to get an IHL speaker from the Red Cross to give a presentation. And then after that presentation, people in the audience would draw about IHL and draw like about IHL or a creative story to help explain about IHL. And then after that, you can display your work. Or like you can even take this further. You don't have to stick to the thing, but it gives you the guide on how to implement this activity. The next activity, and I really like this activity, they're suggesting you do a bake sale. So everybody on the team bakes cookies or bakes whatever you want. And then it's suggesting that you have the sale, and then every cookie you sell, you just give with it a little IHL fact. And these outlines are so detailed that this one even gives you the facts. Like you don't even have to come up with IHL facts, it's already right here. So it really gives you step by step on how to implement these campaign ideas. A couple more, we have IHL in the movies. Again, you can see it gives you step by steps. It also gives you what movies, it gives you suggestions on movies. It gives you suggestions on discussion questions. We have IHL bingo. Again, it tells you how to prepare for it. It even gives you a template for advertising your event. Like really anything that you could think of how to advertise an event. I mean, these activities really have everything. Another one is a global potluck for IHL. This is an interesting one because it's suggesting that you make a meal from one of the countries that have IHL applied to them, like maybe Afghanistan. And then you make a meal, and then you sit down with everybody, and then you discuss about each of your countries. So these are some examples of things to look forward to if you join the program. As I said, it's great because if you're not a creative person like myself, it just makes it so much easier, and you don't have to reinvent the wheel, and everything you'll need to implement these campaign ideas is already here. Now, before we move on to the next section, I wanted for everybody to kind of get into the mind frame of climate change and how that could impact conflict and vice versa. If we can start to think about the topic, I'm hoping that it would interest you more in joining the program. So if you can just put it in the chat, if you have any ideas on how climate change could impact conflict and vice versa, put it in the chat and give me your opinions and your ideas on how you think these two topics impact each other. And I'm not sure, I can't really see the chat, so I don't know. Haley, could you read anything that comes into the chat?
Absolutely. So Cyrus says people might want to fight over dwindling resources due to climate change. Vera says strain on natural resources, creating tension. These are great.
Mm. These are really, really good points.
William says climate change negatively impacts poor communities, which stokes class conflicts and fights for resources.
Yeah, that's very, very true.
I know, Kyla, I've been amazed. I think they could take graduate level climate classes. The students we have here today are they're so knowledgeable.
Well, I noticed some of the schools, and I know that we also, worked with some of these schools. They're so good. Well, these are some really, really great, answers.
Vera just added different types of warfare can cause harm to the environment.
Mm-hmm.
And then Cyrus added as well, and the reverse would be modern weapons having the capabilities to destroy environments for long periods of time. So I think Vera and Cyrus are on the same wavelength. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Jacqueline says people may have different perspectives on the importance of climate change and how they should be addressed, causing political conflict.
Mm-hmm.
These are excellent. These are really great, you all.
Another thing to throw out there, how would you guys think that this would impact gender, for example? So yeah, so climate change and conflict really impacts gender. When resources are scarce, people are more likely, women can no longer find food, can no longer find water, and it really puts a strain on the women in society because their roles do become harder. They have to go longer to find water. They have to, and the burden of feeding the family, if it's on them, it does impact women drastically as well. So we're going to stop there and move on to the next section because I see we only have less than 15 minutes to go, and the next section is quite important. So I hope very much that everybody joins the program, and if you want to join, you may be asking yourself, well, where do we go from here? What can I expect in the program? What are the timelines? So I'm here to tell you. So just to go back again, we have the 3 phases that Gina told us about. We have the IHL and campaign building training for phase 1. We have phase 2, which is the design and implementation campaign of the campaign. And then we have the summit. Now, if we break these down into timelines, just to point out that these These this timeline is very fluid. This is not 100% exactly the way it's going to go, but it does give you a general idea of what to expect when. So in phase 1, which is the training, so now, from now until December, we will do training. If somebody comes after December, like a group, and they want training after, you know, we can absolutely consider training after December, but we really encourage everybody to join earlier. We will be sending an email out shortly within the next couple of days to give you an idea, well, not to give you an idea, but to propose a few dates. So we're hoping to start training at the end of the month. And as soon as you do the training, then you can jump into your designing and implementing your campaign. So it doesn't mean that you have to start in November. If you take a training at the end of this month, you can start immediately after the training. Last year, I believe the program ended in April. I'm assuming it's going to be the same this year, which is why I have April. And then the Youth Action Campaign Summit isn't necessarily going to happen in May, but it will happen at the beginning of next year at some point, but we will keep people informed of that. So this just gives you a brief overview on what to expect. Now, just to get into it a little bit more, so for phase 1, which is, again, until December, although it's very flexible, so the IHL campaign building training. So if you want to join, what's next? What do you do? The first thing you would do if you want to join the program, the YAC program, you need to register. So you would need to contact your YAC regional coordinator with a list of participants, including names, emails, and the school that you're with. So that's the first thing. At the end, I'm going to put a slide up with Gina and my contact details. So you can reach out to us and register through us if you're interested in joining the project. That's the first step. The second step is that we will be reaching out to you within the next, let's just say the next week, with dates for the trainings, the upcoming trainings. And so the next thing would be to register for a training. So these are the first 2 steps you can look forward to if you want to join the program. But it's really important that you register by sending us the names, emails, and school, and then we're going to get you on a training. So after you're trained, you're going to go into the second phase, which is designing and implementing the campaign. So I have here again, November to April, but this is very flexible. So once you have the training, what's the next steps? After you do the training, then you're going to design the campaign with your group. Once you design the campaign, you're going to have the campaign approved by one of your regional coordinators, which myself or Gina. Once it's approved by us, then you can start implementing your campaign. And you'll have up until, well, usually people, even at the beginning of April, could still be implementing their campaign. But then at the end, so maybe around April, you would create your campaign summary video or presentation, just like what we saw with Brooklyn Tech. You would create some presentation similar to that, and which just captures everything about the campaign, your numbers, what you learned, and that sort of thing. So just to note that this campaign summary is what they're going to use to decide who goes to Washington, D.C. for the summit. So it's important that, that we do these campaign summaries at the end of the program. So this is phase 2, and then the next step is phase 3. I have here May, but as I said, it may not be May, it'll be early next year that they have the summit in Washington. They're going to, as I said, choose students that are motivational, inspirational, and based on the campaign summary video, and those students will attend the YAC Summit in Washington, all expenses paid by the Red Cross. And just before I hand it back over to Gina to give us a summary of the talk today, I just wanted to give you guys 5 benefits of joining YAC. And I'm sure there's much more than 5, but these are the 5 that I want to stress to you. With the program that you will learn about IHL. IHL is such an interesting topic, and it's such an important topic. So to be able to learn about it is just, you'll definitely be interested the whole way. And the next thing you're going to benefit from is learning how to organize a campaign. And this skill is something that you will take with you past high school, into college, into university, and into your jobs after that. It's such an important skill to learn, and to learn it in high school, to have the experience with learning such a skill is just a great reason to join. You'll also learn about the environment and the impacts on armed conflict. And this also is an amazing topic that correlates with IHL. And it's a topic that many people don't know about. So it's a niche topic that is so interesting. And it's really just definitely a good reason to join the program. And the 4th reason is that you're going to gain volunteer service experiences. So, service hours. So as Haley said, your hours like volunteering with the YAC program will be recorded, and you can put those towards volunteer hours for other things that you may need them for. I know sometimes you need it to get into college or university or whatever you may need them for, but you will gain like certified volunteer service hours. So that's a great benefit of joining. And the last benefit is that you do have an opportunity to attend the summit in Washington. So these are just 5 great benefits, and I know you can find a lot more if you join the program. But now I'm going to hand you over to Gina, and she's going to wrap it up and tell us again and conclude what we have learned today.
Okay, so what did we learn today? To reiterate in brief, we learned the YAC program educates and advocates humanity in times of war. We learned how to follow through with the YAC program by taking the 3 steps of A, IHL and campaign building training courses, designing and implementing a campaign on this year's theme of armed conflict and the environment, and lastly, inspirational and motivational participants will be chosen for the DC Summit, whereby the Red Cross will cover expenses. In conclusion, YAC is a program of humanitarian service. The purpose of the program is to educate the public that even armed conflict has rules. Through creative peer-to-peer campaigns, participants raise awareness of these rules, thereby contributing to the lessening of human suffering. All of you can make a difference. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gina. And I want to just put our contact details. If you're interested in registering, please reach out to Gina and myself, and we will make sure to get you on the list so that when we send out our emails about the next training, you guys will be included. Again, make sure that you send your names of everybody interested, the emails, and the school that you're with. And we really, really hope that that we see you all in the next year's YAC program. Thank you again. And if there's any questions, please put them in the chat, raise your hand, and we're happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Kyla and Gina. That was really a great overview. And I want to emphasize what they said to everybody. This is such a good program. I mean, you saw what Brooklyn Tech did. There's just so much creativity and really great options where you can take this. So I really encourage you to reach out to Kyla and Gina to learn more about it. I think it's just an excellent program. So thank you so much to the SAFIS team for sharing. And yes, as she said, if folks have any questions, please feel free to add them into the chat. And I will be sending these slides on Monday, so you will get their contact information there as well. Hi, Pablo.
Greetings.
Wonderful. Well, I'm so glad that we are ready to go to our next segment. If folks have questions, by all means, feel free to keep adding them into the chat. I will go ahead and introduce our next speaker, Pablo Suarez. Thank you so much for joining us. And you have slides, right, Pablo? I don't need to share screen?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Well, everyone, this is Pablo Suarez. Pablo is the Associate Director for Research and Innovation with the Red Cross Red Crescent Climate Center. We are so lucky to have him here today. I know his presentation is going to be excellent. Pablo first got involved with the Climate Center as a technical advisor in 2005. He now directs initiatives linking applied knowledge with humanitarian work, as well as new approaches to climate risk management, which is something that we've been talking a lot about during this summit. Some of those examples include participatory games for learning and dialogue and forecast-based financing pilots. So Pablo is an expert. I'm really excited to hear from him. And I will let you go, Pablo. Let me know if I can support with anything. But otherwise, I'm really excited to hear from you. Thank you for being here today.
Of course. Thank you so much. And my goodness, you guys are good. We're starting 1 minute before schedule instead of 15 minutes or more after, which is the typical. Hello, everyone. So grateful to you all for the opportunity to join you. My name is Pablo. I grew up in Argentina. I'm joining you from Boston, where I came 25 years ago for graduate studies. And then I became a full-time researcher on climate and disasters. And then, as was mentioned, in 2005, I joined the Global Red Cross family. I joined a team called the Red Cross Red Crescent Climate Center. We focus on supporting everyone, but especially Red Cross and or Red Crescent national teams to understand, anticipate, and address whatever can go wrong with anything climate, from tomorrow's hurricane to long-term sea level rise. Now, it is my intuition that I've been working for the Red Cross for longer than some of you have been alive. So it is particularly an honor to be able to join an event for and about youth. As you can tell, youthfulness may be present in some of my enthusiasm, but it is my hope that what will follow will help you reimagine how you relate to your own future, given that you care about humans, hopefully about yourself as well, and you care about the fact that there's a long future ahead of you and ahead of humanity. What are we going to do as members of the Red Cross family, given that there's always been risks, including climate-related risks? There's always been hurricanes hitting New York, maybe, and now it's possibly going to get stranger. So I'm going to start pushing some buttons. This is the part where everything can go wrong. If it goes wrong, we'll figure something out. Bear with me. So I'm going to try to make this happen. There you go. I assume you can see the title of what I intend to offer, which is Rethinking Youth in a Changing Climate. I'm going to start by sharing something very personal. I grew up in the home of my grandma, Maria Cesarina Ottavina Becchini di Bertoncini. Let me make myself smaller, maybe semi-transparent. Let's just do it there. So this is my grandma's birthday celebration when she turned 100 years old. She, was very healthy. She was a very, very smart risk manager, but she knew how to celebrate. For reasons beyond my understanding, she was born in Italy, but she loved Mexican music, so she wanted mariachis in her birthday party. And here she is, age 100, had been a widow for 30 years or so, and she was flirting with the head mariachi. They were charming each other. She had a blast. She sang along, we all sang along, and that's how she wanted to celebrate her 100 years birthday. A question for you. How would you like to celebrate your birthday? By the way, Hallie and others at the team, I don't know if I am pinned, if everyone sees me in the big screen. If not, make sure that happens. But a question for you all. I don't know if the chat is active. If so, please open it up. You have 60 seconds or less to write How would you like to celebrate your 100th birthday if you're fortunate, as my grandma was, to get there? What would you like to do? Would you like Mexican music? Would you like something else? Be imaginative, because the future will offer a lot of opportunities that may not be available now. What would you like to do? Think about it.
And I'll monitor the chat, so when you folks send it in, we'll read them out.
Excellent. Imagine yourself 100 years old and in good shape, in good health. What would you like to do to party, to celebrate, to reflect about the past, to imagine the future?
Ooh, we already have a
Oh.
really good suggestion. Alex says classical music in a castle in rural France. That's nice.
A ton of food, says Ciorus. I like that, yeah. Relaxing music with family. Roller coaster, says William. Now that's a 100-year-old who knows how to feel adrenaline. Dance in a ballroom, luxury resort. You know, many luxury resorts are today in beautiful places on the beach. Maybe you'll need to think which one, given that in 100 years, those that today are luxury resorts may be in trouble. What else? Here comes more. Express train through the Swiss Alps. Nice. The Alps will look different, but there will be mountains of joy. Excellent. Movie watching. Who knows what those movies will look like? Will they be three-dimensional, tactile with olfactory experiences? Thailand, says Fatima. Excellent. Whew, and I'm sure there's more ideas coming. Now, let me show you this other photo. This is my grandma with me on that same birthday. You can tell that I've changed a little bit. One thing that my grandma used to say when I told her things I wanted to do that she thought were essentially impossible, she would say, Pablo, quello è difficile come pestar la luna, as hard as stepping on the moon. And guess what? In her youth, she would look at the moon. It would be impossible to step on the moon in her mind. But humans stepped on the moon and planted the flag before I was born. Things change. What we may think is impossible can become possible. What we may think that, not our problem, can become something else. She was born in the year 1910. Her brother died because of the Spanish flu, the previous very big pandemic in 1918. She has very clear memories of the number of funerals in her village in Italy because of that pandemic. So she was obsessive with me washing my hands before food and taking care of certain things. Now I have become a math geek. I am a researcher. I use the language of mathematics as a system dynamics modeler to help understand, anticipate, and address change. Now, I will share with you a little bit of science, including the mathematics behind the science. But I want to share with you one graph that I think is exceptionally appropriate for this time we're living in. Here it is. And it's a little bit of a puzzle. But you know what? This, of course, is not exactly true in terms of the thermodynamics of how disasters work. It is not true that the pandemic is intentionally collaborating with climate. But there's something metaphorically potent about this, which is that if you have a global pandemic, as we knew would happen sooner or later, and as we know may continue with this one, COVID-19, and there may be a new one coming up in your lifetime. We know the climate is changing and will continue to change. How bad it gets depends on how much we take care of our environment, how much we reduce emissions and so on. But it will get worse. There's conflict, whether it's weapons across borders or racist police violence. There has been, there will be, and the nature of conflict will change. The economy goes up and down, and these things work together, and you as Red Cross, now and in the future, will have to figure out how to deal with those problems. I was supporting the nation of Vanuatu, a small island nation in the Pacific Ocean. They, in the beginning of COVID, a Category 5 hurricane-like, they call it tropical cyclone, was heading to them. And if they evacuated, they would put a lot of people under the same roof, threatening the risk of contagion. Even accepting help from abroad could bring the virus to the islands. So you have to figure out how to collaborate with experts, with governments, with private sector, with your peers, with your bosses, with other young people. How are you going to collaborate better? And I have found that it is really important to figure out how we work with others given what's going on. And what's going on is scary, my friends. Here you see one of many typical maps of what we call temperature anomalies. So, this was in Europe several years ago. It was much hotter than usual, and the darker the red, the hotter it was. And a French meteorologist, a French scientist, looked at one of those maps and saw a screaming face that reminded him of a famous painting by a Norwegian fellow. The painting is called The Scream. If you're informed and if you're sensitive, your only choice is to occasionally feel like screaming. Now, I think of myself as a relatively fortunate fellow, relatively sunny personality, but given what's going on in the planet, I find myself more than I like experiencing that, what are we going to do? Because it's getting bad. One of the reasons for that is that I have been representing the Red Cross in the UN climate conferences, the COPs, if you have heard of them. There was the Paris COP, there was the Glasgow COP, now the next one will be in Egypt. I've been attending to every single one, 17 consecutive ones since 2004, since before joining the Red Cross. Now, when I went and I saw what the event was like, it looked like this. About 10,000 people from 200 countries under the same roof, over 2 weeks, arrive on Monday, go through the weekend into the next Friday or more, and have conversations to try to figure out how to work together to address global climate change. Now look at this photo. Would you like to be in that place for 2 weeks? What do you think are the chances of that group of people solving climate change with creative ideas to resolve roadblocks and so on? How much humor do you see in the faces of those people? Now, mind you, this was a photo that was in the website of the organizers inviting people to the UN climate conference event. Can you imagine? Now, I want you to notice, especially, there's a fellow with a white shirt left of center. This is what he looks like. Look at that. That's how it feels like to be there. It's like despair. Now, I argue that if we continue to intentionally remove humor, fun, playfulness, joy from the fact of trying to work together to address a big problem, we're going to inevitably continue to have these stucky, not fruitful, uninspiring, insufficient events, whether it's a global UN event or your own Red Cross meetings. We have been, for reasons that I can't fully understand, intentionally depriving ourselves from spontaneous interaction, from what makes us feel human. And I want to bring to your attention the importance of humor in our humanitarian work in a changing climate. So just like before, I want you to open the chat and type, what words do you think of? What words come to mind when you think of humor? Type one word that comes to mind. You have 30 seconds or less. Go for it. Yes, I agree, Cyrus. It would be sad. All right, thank you, Jonathan. Laughing, laughter, comedy, smiles, keep it coming. Let's give you a few more minutes. Coping, yeah, enjoyment, interesting, excellent. So I have asked jokes, yes. I have asked this question many times to many participants, and this is a word cloud of what usually emerges, like was the case here, laughter, laughing, fun. Those are the manifestations of humor, what you see when humor happens. Many people also refer to jokes, comedy, stand-up. the things, the mechanisms to create humor. And there are a few other things. Now, do you see in these words anything that connects to humanitarian work, to international humanitarian law? It looks like it's completely different, right? Now, a quick question. Did any of you, when I asked, what words come to mind when you think of humor? Did anybody think of the word death? Probably not. Well, let me tell you something. I have been working with professional humorists. One of them, Bob Mankoff, stellar fellow. He was, for 2 decades, the editor for cartoons at the New Yorker magazine, which is like the mecca of cartoons. Your city is the mecca of cartoons. And when I asked him, Bob, what do you think of when you think of humor? He looked at me in the eye and said, death. And I thought he was kidding, but it turns out there's some truth to it. Let me show you one of his famous cartoons, which I messed a little bit with by adding some mathematics to it. Bear with me. Let me make myself smaller again. Here it is. It may look like a normal day to that couple. They're just sitting on the couch. He's reading the paper. But, you know, it may look like the new normal. If you recognize that we used to call normal, now is becoming catastrophically dangerous. In this cartoon, my addition of the red dotted line is to illustrate that change tends to be gradual until it becomes abrupt. And depending on what you're talking about, whether the personal health of one of your family members or the economy of a business or our global climate, things tend to change gradually until something happens where this triggers that and is connected to that, and boom, something enters a territory of abrupt change. How bad can it get? Well, here's some additional mathematics. The letter H, the vertical distance from the dotted line to the end, H stands for horror. How horrific will it get when things begin to change abruptly? Of course, the chances of bad things happen depends on a lot of things. Are you privileged and fortunate? Are you in a place that doesn't have what it takes to coexist with change? Letter D stands for denial. Do we dare recognize that this is coming, that we are approaching a cliff? I am sorry to say that many humans, many organizations, including, unfortunately, those that we are part of, have been in a state of some kind of denial because evidence was coming, holy smokes, and well, yeah, I don't know. Well, guess what? Now we're really close to that edge. Now, the original caption of this cartoon, published in the New Yorker magazine, was, "We've got to talk." And yes, we've got to talk, but unfortunately, we're getting to talk in ineffectual methods like the one you saw, and often too late. This is a photo of one of my first trips in my Red Cross capacity to Southern Africa, to Mozambique, to a village in the district of Xai-Xai. I am the fellow with the pink shirt. The person standing is Chief Fabiao Tonga, who is talking to the men who are sitting on the benches in the other end. The ladies are asked to sit on the ground. There's gender dynamics everywhere, and unfortunately, this is pervasive, whether you talk about rural Southern Africa or governments. There's so many reasons why some people are excluded, and that matters to us because if we want to help, we have to listen to everyone. We have to help everyone. Now, this is one of those cases where I was the one talking, and I was very good, my friends. I was exceptionally talented when talking climate science. I was really good at putting people to sleep. Because I would talk science and people are like, what the hell is he talking about? The greenhouse effect and the intertropical convergence zone. So I started learning that maybe if we want people to understand complex issues, if we want people to engage, yes, we have to be analytically rigorous. Yes, we have to speak facts and the truth, but we have to make it engaging. So of course, those faces, when I was talking, they were somewhat distractive, as was the case when I talked to college students or even younger, when I talked to government officials. I needed to find new ways to engage. And I started working with people who are experts at creating serious fun. For example, the Parsons School for Design in New York. The next photo is from a session not too far from the previous one in the Zambezi River floodplain in Southern Africa. But look at those people. That was in the context of a flood preparedness workshop with the Red Cross. Now, instead of having them sitting under a tree and talking about the science and the satellite image, and we can tell you when the flood is coming and you should do this and that, where people will be like, who are you? Why should I listen to you and do as you say? We created a game with dice where if you roll a double six, it's a flood. And then if a flood happens, you have to take some actions that you drew. And then we played the game. And when we rolled one die and the die was a 6 and we're about to roll the other, they were all ready to run to do the things that they were talking about. And when we rolled it, look at those muscles. They are really engaged physically in the activity. But if you look at the faces, they're having a blast. Look at those smiles. It's contagious. And what happens is that neuroscience shows that when people are engaged in a way that not only engages the intellect, but also the emotions, you create memories that are more long-lasting, that are easier to retrieve. So these communities had a wonderful time thinking about flood preparedness. And later they did get flooded. And we have anecdotal evidence that these workshops were particularly helpful because they bonded. And there's something I heard from a colleague. She told me humor engenders trust. And change happens at the speed of trust. So if you want your community, your peers, your government to change what is done about a problem that matters to you, in addition to crafting law, in addition to writing to the right people and crafting ideas, you also have to figure out how to create trust, how to engender trust. As long as you do it responsibly, it is my impression that humor can help. A very different example, let me become bigger so I tell you this story. I was invited to join the American Red Cross many years ago, a few administrations ago, to join an event at the White House in Washington, D.C. It was going to be 130 people. I was one of only 2 foreigners. So I had a giant sign with an A for alien because I am not an American citizen. Others had a V for visitor, more gentle. But in any case, 130 people, someone important from the government said hello and welcome to this important event where we're going to talk about this and that. And then keynote speaker, this is a very important issue and we have to work together. And so we're here to listen to you, guests, etc. Guest number 1, hello, my name is so-and-so from organization this and that. And there was this problem, photo of the people with the problem. Then map and maybe graphs or tables or equation. And then we did this thing that was good. And then photo of the happy farmer or whatever. And then if you give us more money, it may be better. And then they went away. And then presentation number 2. Hello, I'm this other person from this other group. There was this other problem. And then photo, map, whatever, PowerPoint slide. And then the people are beginning to, it becomes predictable, right? And then a third presenter, then coffee break, then presentation number 4, hello, so-and-so, PowerPoint slide, etc. Next presenter, then lunch. By now, you are asleep just by listening, imagining 3 hours of this. Then lunch, then one more presentation, then my turn. I knew with certainty that I would have people falling asleep. And so what did I do? I said, hello, my name is Pablo, and this is not Pablo from the Red Cross, and this is not a frisbee, it's a hurricane. If it hits you in the chest, you're in trouble. And they were like, what? I said, yes, it's a hurricane. Please, everyone stand up. And the people who were awake were confused, and some stood up, the others woke up and stood up. In any case, I played a game where I would throw some dice, and depending on the numbers in the die, I would throw the hurricane here or there. It's made of foam, so no one got hurt. And they were very confused, and you hit people in the chest. And then I explained, well, if you want to not be hit by a hurricane, then maybe you can evacuate, which in the simplicity of this representation, it's like you sitting down. But if you sit down over here and the hurricane goes over there, you evacuated in vain. It's annoying. Maybe someone steals your refrigerator or your computers. So where is it going? And then they figure out the rule. When I threw the dice, double 1 means I throw the frisbee, the hurricane over there. Double 6 means I throw it over there. Interpolate, and someone figured out, oh, it's a 5 and a 3, it's an 8, it's going over there. They all sat down as I threw the frisbee with violence. It flew above people's heads, hit the wall of the room in the White House. I was like, yay! And then when the happiness subsided, I said, congratulations, you just connected the science of early warning with the dice and so on with the action, the early action of hurricane preparedness. Bravo! Now think Hurricane Katrina. Richest country on earth, 1,000+ people killed. Now we and our teams are working in Madagascar, in Bangladesh, in Vanuatu, in Guatemala. We're trying to do the same. We'd be happy to help them. And if you want to help us help them, my name is Pablo from the Red Cross. Meet me at coffee break. Guess what? They were engaged, they were connected, they had questions, they had offers, and then the American Red Cross strengthened its connection to those not only from the federal government who resonated and who wanted to do something. What I find consistently is that humor, playfulness, fun helps people engage with the things that are seemingly strange, but they make it familiar. An early warning system becomes familiar when you play. At the same time, what is familiar but unacceptable, like 1,000 people dying in the richest country when the satellites showed where the Hurricane Katrina was going, that was familiar, but it should be strange. Why do we let those things happen when we can take action? Whew. I'm making you listen a lot. I'm going to start making you do stuff very soon. Let me show you one of the many examples of the cartoons that we have created with cartoon artists from the New Yorker magazine and elsewhere to help us communicate the things that matter to us. Here's one example. In case you cannot read the font, there's 2 people on the roof of a house, pretty big flood going on, dark clouds in the horizon. One of the fellows has a recycling bin and is obsessively recycling, and the other person says, it's not that I don't appreciate your recycling, Leo. I'm just saying that it's not the only thing to be doing, we should be doing now, right now. I find this as a metaphor of what is going on in the minds of youth in the context of changing climate risks. Of course, I want us to pay attention to emissions. I want us to pay attention to the causes of climate change. We have to reduce how much the future climate worsens for you so that when you get to the age of my grandma or sooner, next decade, you don't have such a problematic climate. But it's not enough to do that. We also need to prepare for the changes that have already happened that are happening more and more. So let me now give you a taste of the science. I am one of a few people from the Red Cross family who are both Red Cross humanitarians and scientists. And we are members of an entity called the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. It's intergovernmental, so many governments agree to do this. The United States government, in all its administrations, has signed these reports that came out from what we did. I was a soldier, I was a contributing author. There are other more senior people, lead coordinating authors, and so on. This is one of the reports. You can see it's a summary for policymakers, the ocean and cryosphere in a changing climate. What is the cryosphere? Anybody know? It's not a sphere with people crying. It refers to ice on Earth. So floating ice on glaciers, on mountains, and so on. That's already a problem. If this is a summary for policymakers, shouldn't we be using language that they understand? If you tell them, here's a something cryosphere for you, dear policymaker, they're going to be like, I have no idea what it is. What about the inside? And inside you see all those graphs. And it can get complicated. Look at those graphs. There's a lot of graphs. Some things going up, like temperature in the ocean. Some things going down, like amount of ice on the mountains. And if you see that, maybe you don't really know what to make of it. You're a policymaker. So we worked with professional cartoonists to try to communicate the fundamentals of this changing ocean and changing ice And we came up with several cartoons. I'm going to show you only 3. First cartoon. Couple on the beach. Looks like a normal sunset until you pay attention. Do you notice anything unusual with the sun? Turns out that the sun is not setting behind the horizon. It is setting inside the water of the ocean. Of course, that is not a correct interpretation of the physics of climate change. I'm sure you know about the greenhouse effect and so on. This is incorrect, but it's a very potent metaphor. If the sun goes into the ocean, what happens? The ocean will get hotter, and then more stuff that we don't know. That can't be good, as the caption says. That's where we are now. The ice is melting and the water is hotter, so the water occupies more volume. And as a result, what do we expect? Among many other things, sea level rise, of course. And father says to child, someday, son, all this will be yours and underwater. And if you are the son of this cartoon, that cannot be right. And yet it is what's happening. I'm very sorry, dear friends, that we, those who have been alive for longer than you, have been enjoying life and doing things that are good for us in a way that has been messing with your present and your future. And if I were you, I would be somewhat pissed at this. It's not fair. Now, what do we do about this unfairness? Well, we have to try to change the way things are going, and we have to try to change the way things will be, including getting ready for the changes that are coming. Now, there's a third cartoon that I want to share with you, and I want to honor this fact because I do notice that just like I feel more darkness, and the same is true of researchers investigating glaciers or coral reefs, and journalists and activists, it's also very much true of youth that this is depressing. This creates anxiety and darkness. And here's a cartoon. Unfortunately, our mental health systems were constructed in a time when, Mr. Freud had this theory that a lot of things were to be blamed, or people blamed things on their mothers. And now, if you're feeling anxiety or anything like that, which is normal, the climate is changing, people will suffer, your future will be different. If you're informed and attentive to humanity, you are going to be in distress. But our systems are not paying attention to that and are saying, okay, I don't know about climate change, says the expert. Tell me about your mother. We need to help change the systems that help people in distress. Not only mental health systems and support networks, but also humanitarian work. So what we're going to do now, I'm going to skip this part. I'm going to share with you a few more cartoons that illustrate the basics of climate science. And then I'm going to invite you to see these cartoons in a special website that I will share. And you will, my friends, write something about those cartoons. You will annotate those cartoons and others will see what you annotate. So let me push a button first and push that one and push this thing. Thanks for your patience. What am I doing? Here is this. And here we go. So this is a publication from this year, from 2002, about the science of climate change when it relates to the physical impacts. Yeah, so first question. There was a time when people were saying, yeah, I don't know, maybe there's something, I don't know, climate, whatever. You know what? No more maybe. It is now irrefutable. It is a fact. The climate is changing. It's us who have been causing it, and it's bad. And again, how bad will it get depends on what we do, but we are approaching level 5, I'm afraid. And of course, it's better to not get there by addressing the causes and by being better prepared for the consequences. Second, you know how they say, oh, this year was the hottest year on record. This storm was the most rain since we have been registering. There's all this talk about, oh, this is unprecedented. This has never happened. There was a time when that was strange. That was unusual. But now we know from the science, it's obvious that what's happening, what's normal now, is what has never happened before. What we call the hottest year is going to be, when you turn 100, your memory of the cold years. Because it's inevitably getting hotter. Unless something catastrophic happens like nuclear war, and so, you know, smoke blocks sunlight and it cools down the planet, we don't like that. What we should expect is that it's going to continue to get hotter, and it's going to continue to get unprecedented. And for us, as members of the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, for the Red Cross family, IFRC and beyond, this new normal is threatening, and we don't like going there. But it's not that we go there or not, it's coming to us, whether or not we want to go. A third issue highlighted in this report, which is commented in this cartoon in an office space with a wrecking ball coming full force out the window. Guys, do we have time to revise our worst case scenario? If you revise your worst case scenario when the wrecking ball is about to hit your building, it may be too late. But thank goodness we have time. We have some warning. You in the Red Cross family in New York, you have information about the fact that there's going to be much, much more intense heat in the system. Your extreme temperatures are going to get hotter. Are your elderly people, your construction workers, your people with any kind of respiratory issues and so on, are they prepared for extreme temperatures for the next heat wave? Are you? What about other things that could happen in New York? We can get ready for what's coming. We can update our worst case scenarios, because these impacts that are already being felt everywhere, we need to be better prepared for what's coming. And what's coming, my friends, I'm sorry to say, it's bad and it will get worse. I don't know if you're familiar with the painting that this cartoon evokes. It's typical American art. And yeah, it looks bad and it's going to get worse. Of course, how much worse depends on how much you address the causes and how successfully we get ready for the consequences. Fifth message. You're familiar with this cartoon, aren't you? Abrupt and irreversible changes cannot be ruled out. This is very dependent on location, very dependent on many, many factors. Science is still struggling to understand what we call compound effects, where one thing triggers another thing, which then pushes the system off a cliff and stuff happens. This one is also very interesting. Many different bad things will likely happen at the same time. And this could be, there's a drought in Australia. Australia exports less grain, and there's also the war in some other part, and then you have more expensive food, or you don't export and someone else doesn't have food. And, in this cartoon, there's a playful depiction of, well, if this disaster stops that disaster and the flood puts down the fire, then we're okay. But chances are we won't be okay. You, my friends, in your lifetime will have to be expert observers of reality to notice that thing is happening now. It will have a consequence in the coming days or hours or weeks or years. What else can happen as a result of that? I invite you to use your brain in new ways, because you will have to become smarter than my generation. Now, is it only bad news? Well, we have been messing up with the system. We have pushed the system into instability. And as a result, that instability is coming to us. It's coming to try to squash us. But we can try to help ourselves and others get out of trouble. If a hurricane is coming to New York area, let's try to help people go to a safe place before it hits, as opposed to having to go with a boat to rescue them on the roof when it's maybe too late and we don't have enough helicopters, right? For that reason, it's very important for us that we use science in the Red Cross family to anticipate. You heard Holly refer to a kind of work that we've been doing with our team, which we call forecast-based financing. Move money before the disaster, after the forecast, so people can do what needs to be done if money is needed. Now, I shared with you 7 cartoons, all of these things, and based on the science, based on more than 1,000 pages. And why do we do this thing with cartoons? Because we find that cartoons help engage, let me become even smaller here, by creating a little bit of confusion. When you see a cartoon, you're like, huh? What is that thing? And then if the cartoon is well chosen and well crafted, maybe you smile, maybe you laugh. But then you say, wait a second, that looks exactly like our situation. That's exactly where we are now. Aha, I get it. This is going on. This is what could happen unless we do this other thing. Now, I want to revisit when I asked you, what do you think of when thinking of humor? And you said these kinds of words. Well, when I ask professional humorists, they think of these things, of course, but they also think of a few other things, including risk and danger and death. You know, the typical story of the banana peel, slapstick. That's when something can go wrong. When something can go wrong, it's a paradise for humorists. And with a changing climate, a lot of things can go wrong. Now, a lot of people are in denial, whether it's because of cognitive reasons, for emotional reasons, for political selfishness reasons, or whatever may be the case. It is easier to say, no, I don't think that bad thing will happen. I'll keep doing what I'm doing now, especially if I'm benefiting, if I'm fine now. Humor helps dissolve the barriers that preserve denial. Humor helps us notice that risk is there. Humor helps us notice the incongruity. When we say one thing, but it's actually different. It helps us question. It helps us detect the conflict, the contradiction. Especially, and I don't have these 2 words here, it helps us highlight what is absurd, what is ridiculous. It is absurd for us as Red Cross to obsessively go into recycling campaigns when we are experts in disaster management, disaster response, disaster preparedness. We should support recycling. We should support carbon-related efforts. But what we know how to do is to help people in trouble and help reduce the future trouble. So you as youth in the New York area within the Red Cross, what can you do to help people detect the risk, the contradictions, the dangers, and dissolve those barriers that prevent us from doing the right thing? So what are we going to do now? I'm going to show you in a special website very soon about 5 cartoons. And your job will be to view those cartoons. Some you have seen already, some will be new. You view the cartoon, you enjoy it, and if you want, write something. It's a digital platform, I'll tell you shortly. And you will annotate something that others will see anonymously. So you can write whatever you want. I will trust that you're good and good-hearted people, that I don't need to do some kind of vetting and censorship and so on. So please be respectful, but be brave, be courageous. So we're going to use a digital tool called Gallery. And if all goes well, if you go to that bit.ly/etc. or let me see if I can do this, copy, and I'm going to paste here. It's the long link, but if you click there, you should be able to go straight. I see that Hallie has successfully gotten to the blue screen. Excellent, thank you. So I'm going to give you a couple moments, and then I'm going to push the button that will take you into the gallery. What will happen is very simple. You will see a cartoon. Actually, let me push that now, see if it happens. You're welcome to stay anonymous. Just push the arrow. If you want, type your name, but no one will see the name of who wrote what. Oh, I made a little mistake. Let me Sorry, I made a little mistake. Thanks for your patience. I'm going to make a little thing here and do that. Try refreshing your page, please. See if it does as I want. Oh, come on. Oh, I know why. Please, my apologies. I forgot to push a button and I want it to work. So try again refreshing the page. And this should be the last one. Oh, okay. Well, so here's what we're going to do. You have two cartoons, if I see things correctly. One cartoon on the left, one cartoon on the right. And which one is the most prominent for you? Which is the one that speaks most to you? If the one on the right is the most important, slide it to 7 points for it and 0 for the other one and push submit. Maybe it's more even, but you cannot keep them equal. And then when you do that, it's going to take you to the next one. Which one speaks most to you? Slide it accordingly. And then you'll see pairs. And I want you to think about each cartoon. What does it mean? What does it say? How does it relate to your work? In what ways is it pertinent to you? Check out those cartoons, savor them. I'll give you less than a minute. I'm sorry, I thought I had set it up for you annotating. Instead, you're going to view and assign points. And I should be able to see how it went. And now I want you to go into the chat, if you want. Write some thought that you have had triggered by any of those cartoons, the ones I had shown or the ones that are new. Let's give you a couple of minutes. View those cartoons. What does it make you think? What does it make you want to do about what we're talking about? You have a minute or so. Here they come. Yeah, thank you, Holly. We have all the data. What are we going to do? It's hard to make decisions, but it starts with recognizing a reality, right? What else? Let's give you 10, 20 seconds, and then we move on. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Wafa. So many things are linked to each other, not necessarily in terms of the causes, but certainly in terms of what we do about them. We have to rethink how we collaborate. Thank you, Ami. Make me want to collaborate with others to combat. There are so many things we can do. There isn't one silver bullet solution. Yes, do something instead of waiting. Sometimes waiting is the right thing, but not always. And we've been waiting for way too long. How absurd it is that we haven't come together coherently. And you know what? It's going to be harder to be coherent when what comes our way is stranger and stranger and more unprecedented. You, my friends, given your age, remember when you said what you would be doing if you get to celebrate your 100th birthday like my grandma did? That future will be very different. And it will depend on how much you do of what needs to be done. Yeah, people in power in the face of human suffering. And that's where we come in, right? We as Red Cross have an opportunity, not just a mandate, but a caring desire to help. Yeah, thank you, Lola. That's what I like about them, that it grabs people attention. It makes you, once you smile or laugh, you're connected. You can no longer deny. You can no longer comfortably look the other way. Jonathan refers to the one with the power bag. It is fragile and the wrong hands can be wrong, but guess what? Sometimes we consistently exclude those who are most marginalized, those who are most vulnerable, those who did the least to cause the problem and tend to be more in harm's way. Just like with the pandemic, the workers who had to do deliveries and so on, they were, along with the elderly, the ones who most suffered. They didn't have the power to seek protection. Okay, moving on, 12 minutes to go for me. Here's another graph that I think, if you come back to the video conference, I really like this cartoon. We do have a no, it's not a cartoon exactly, it's an illustration. We do have a comfort zone. It's fine there, but if we stay there and things around us change, we're going to be in trouble. We need to explore outside of our comfort zone to look for places where magic happens. And in this case, magic is, can we be happy and helpful and celebratory and help others be so in the context of a changing climate, among many other things? Where is that place? It's not doing more of what we're doing now. Now, let me show you a few strange things that with my team we have been doing. Here is a photo from a session we put together with the New York Metropolitan Museum of Art. I assume many of you have been there, maybe not everyone. I'm lucky to be collaborating with I think at the time she was deputy curator of the wing of the Met Museum that was about art from the Pacific regions. That very tall drum, it's like 12 feet tall. It's called a slit drum. It's a hollowed trunk of a tree with a slit that is beautifully carved, but also it's a drum that they hit and it travels, because it's very low pitch, it travels very far across waters from one island to the other, and they used it for early warnings, like saying that something bad is happening here, maybe it's going to be happening to you, whether it's about some kind of other people's invasions or about natural phenomena. And what we did was to secure permission to access this place before it was open to the public. And we brought together 20, 30 people, of which about 1/3 were people from the Red Cross family. About 1/3 were scientists, experts. The fellow on the left with the pinkish shirt and the blue coat that is dancing facing us, his name is Andrew Krupskevich. He's a meteorologist, an atmospheric scientist at Columbia University. And then we had about 1/3 who were professional artists and creators. The gal that is showing the back to us, she's leading an early warning dance that she choreographed. The fellow on the far right, his name is Zohar. At the time, he was a professional developer of flash mobs, working for BMW and others. So what we did was a workshop to brainstorm how can we help New York and beyond use the power of art and creativity to communicate about what is going on and what we can do about it. Now, there was going to be the UN Climate Conference in Marrakesh in Morocco a few months later. One of the ideas that came up in this workshop was the idea of a heat wave flash mob. You know the New Zealand rugby team, the All Blacks, that they do the dance they call the haka, that they do like a very intimidating thing to make the opponents feel threatened. Well, it turns out that that's an art form. And they said, how about we do like a powerful dance that is about the rising risk of heat wave, because extreme heat can kill. In Marrakesh, in Morocco, the highest temperature had been 49.5 Celsius, like 120 something. Like I would be melted. So what we did was Zohar went to train the Moroccan Red Crescent youth, people like you, to design and deliver a flash mob about heat waves. And they disrupted my session at the UN Climate Conference. People didn't know that I knew that they would. And so I'm presenting about the science of climate and the humanitarian consequence. And then the music starts playing Sounds Like Camels. And then these kids come in with Zohar doing this dance. It's going to get so, let me get smaller again. Sorry about blocking the view. Oh, it's going to get so hot, going to get so hot. What are we going to do? We have to drink water, seek shelter, help your neighbor, and rest. And it was all dancing. And people with neckties, negotiators, were dancing the heatwave flash mob dance invented, conceived in New York City. And then these people, negotiators with neckties, would bump into each other in the formal sessions of the UN conference thing, and they would start doing the dance, which was a way of bonding, of trusting, of wanting to do things together. One of the participants in this event was from India. And this person said, we need this heat wave flash mob in India because we're getting more and more hot temperatures and people are dying. So our dear colleague Rebecca went to India to work with the Indian Red Cross youth, and they developed a version of the dance that was slightly tailored, both in terms of what actions to make and of what musical style of dancing. It was more Bollywood-esque, things that I'm not familiar with. And here they are dancing in one of the markets in Delhi, full of people, and they're saying, we need some water, water, water. In that place, in that market, happened to be shopping the head of security of the Delhi International Airport, who said, can you please, Indian Red Cross, come bring that heat wave flash mob dance to the airport? And here they are, Indian Red Cross youth doing the dance, sunny, 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 we need some water, 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 and how you need to anticipate and protect. And guess what, my friends? Intelligently, the head of security brought it both for the passengers and for the workers. And at the airport, if you're the worker, taking the suitcase of a very important person from the cart, putting it on the plane, on that black tarmac of the airport, when it's 110 degrees, you are at risk. And the dance was explaining what to do to avert getting into serious trouble. So they changed the policies for workers to drink more water, to have a little bit of rest. I don't have the evidence, but I have to tell you, I am virtually certain that this flash mob engendered in New York City saved lives. What else can you do? What else can we do together to try to bring youthfulness and creativity and candor and courage and science and humanitarian caring to the work of all that awaits? We have hip hop sessions with the UN president of the UN General Assembly. I mean, we've done some strange things. And this is the last cartoon I want to show you. There's a plane that crashed. There's a lot of people going towards the plane. You need the doctors, you need the ambulances, you need people to help. But do you notice there's one fellow who is walking away from the plane, even stepping outside of the cartoon frame, saying back to the old drawing board. You have to step out and look at the system and reimagine what's going on and what are we going to do about it. That's where you are now, my friends. You have to step out of your comfort zone and imagine what can happen. So I'm going to get you here. Please open the chat and write a short statement. You can start with, I like something that happened now in your earlier sessions, in your life with the Red Cross, in your imagination of the future. Or I will short statement, something you intend to do that you weren't intending to do until this event happened. Or I wonder, what curiosity, what intriguing thing would you like to know? Please go to the chat. Let's give you about 60 seconds and let's see what comes. I like, I will, or I wonder. Thank you, Arjun. I can share with you one example of what we have done with music. The Clash, should they stay or should they go? The original is should I stay or should I go? But we did it in this way. Oops, there we go. That's one example of how we have used music. Alex says humor and satire, yes. And this is a lot of this you can. William says, I will encourage people to be more funny. One word of caution on that. I think that humor and fun can help. And I am also keenly aware that it has to be done responsibly. So be mindful that if you tell jokes or if you make a joke is a statement intended to provoke laughter. And if people detect that you're trying to provoke laughter, especially if there's many people or people you don't know well, or people who are very serious, they may perceive that you're provoking too much and offended or crossing a line, or that you're provoking too little and falling flat and you look like an idiot and no one smiles. So yes, use fun and humor and playfulness, but I like it much more to show a cartoon where it's not that I'm trying to provoke laughter. I'm trying to help you think, help you notice. If you laugh, brilliant, it helps. But be very much, especially when anything involves human suffering, people don't like to be made fun of. But I agree with you and others that humor can help. So I want to honor the extra minute I was given. And I'm going to pass it back. Thank you, Halle. Thank you, dear friends from American Red Cross in New York and beyond. And I wish you all wonderful rest of your Sunday and rest of your lives. May you celebrate your 100th birthday, coexisting with a climate that will get worse. But if you help you and others get ready, we can ride the storms that are coming. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pablo. What an excellent presentation. And thank you to all the folks who've been commenting in the chat. This has been really great to see your takeaways. Yes, I hope you can see in the chat, Pablo, folks are really excited about this. I thought it was great. And it gives us a lot to think about too with the work we do. Excellent. Well, thank you again to Pablo. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. We have some time to get to know each other. I made sure we had to incorporate that on our second day. So let me get this shared. And thank you again to everybody who's been so engaged in the chat and with your comments. It's been really great. So while this is loading, I want to do a quick get to know you with everybody here today. And I thought we could do a classic icebreaker. You guys probably know this one. It's 2 truths and a lie. We're going to add a little twist where one of either your truths or your lie will be about what school you attend. So you can make that a true statement or a false statement. But you're going to provide 2 things about you that are true and 1 that's a lie, and we're going to have to guess what it is. So if you want to type that in the chat, we'll pick a few and we'll try to figure out what's true and what's not, and we'll get to know each other a little bit more. I have to think about mine. I don't go to school. Well, I could include a school, so maybe I'll throw that in and see if you all can guess. But 2 truths and a lie. Karina's getting us started. That's awesome. Okay, great. Thank you all for putting this in here. Oh, we've got some good ones. I feel so lucky that since I know some of you, I know the answer. I feel like an insider. Oh, these are great. These are going to be hard. These are going to be hard to pick from. Eba put that they hate cats. That's a bold one. That is really a bold one. Okay, let's resume our slides. We've moved through a few. Okay. So I'm going to pick on, let's see, we'll try to go in order. I'm going to start with our Regional Youth Executive Board Chair, though, to kick us off. So I'm going to read Alex Wang's. And Alex, I'm gonna get you to tell us what the answer is in just a few. But this is Alex Wang, and you all type in the chat, what do you think is true and what do you think is a lie? His first statement is that he attends Syosset High School. His second is that he has had a cat before, and his third is that he will be speaking today. So which two are true and which is the lie? Okay, we've got some guesses. Alex, let me make sure you can unmute yourself. Alex, can you tell us what was true and what was the lie?
Yeah, it seems like everyone's got it. Yeah, 2 is the lie.
2 is a lie. Good job, you all. You picked up on that one. Okay, let's see. I'm going to pick someone else. All right, Jacqueline. Jacqueline owned a fish named Nemo. Jacqueline's dream career would be to be a paleontologist, and Jacqueline attends Millennium Brooklyn High School. Which one do we think is a lie and which are the truth? Okay, we've got 2. Someone guessed 2. 2, we got a lot of 2s. Let me find Jacqueline. Yep, keep your guesses coming in. All right, Jacqueline, can you tell us what was the truth and what was the lie?
The lie was the second one. My dream career is not to be a paleontologist, but a neuroscientist.
Awesome. That is a great career choice. Thank you. Okay, Jonathan Valdez. Jonathan went to Tokyo for a while. Jonathan loves chocolate, and Jonathan has a pup. Which are true and which is the lie? Okay, someone guessed 3, number 3, the puppy. Oh, we've got a wide array of guesses. So this one's a toss-up. Let me get Jonathan to tell us. All right, Jonathan, can you tell us which was true and which was the lie?
You can hear me, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so number 2 was a lie.
Number 2.
I do not like chocolate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty rare. I think that's a good lie because I wouldn't have guessed that. That's good. Thank you. All right, let's see. Okay, we're going to go to Akski. Akski attended the first LGBTQ plus school in New York City. Akski went to Japan for a week, and Akski was in Wilderness, Wyoming for a month. So the first LGBTQ plus school went to Japan or went to the wilderness of Wyoming for a month for Akski. What do you all think? Okay, it seems like 2 is pretty popular. We got 3's, got a 1. All right. Akski, can you tell us what was true and what was a lie?
The second one was the lie. I never been to Japan, but I would want to go in the future.
Awesome. Yeah, I've never been either. And I'm going to share in just a minute the favorite places on Earth that you all sent me. Thank you so much for doing that. And we had a few Japans actually. So I think that's a place that a lot of us are excited about or have been. So that's excellent. Thank you for sharing. All right, we'll do a few more. Thank you to everybody who put in a truth and a lie. Jana, I see your comment that you love cats. I'm so glad to see it. I'm good. That's good that we've got that. All right. Let's see. Katya, I go to RCDS. I have 3 dogs and I have hiked Mount Marcy. What do we think for Katya? You all are quick at guessing. You're good. You're ready to go. Okay, let me unmute Katya. All right, Katya, can you tell us what was true and what was a lie?
The second one was a lie. I actually have 2 dogs.
Oh, okay. That was sneaky. That was smart. That was really good. All right. Let's do a few more and then we'll go on a brief break. I'm learning a lot about you all today. Really appreciate you sending this in. Okay, let's see. Arjun. Arjun attends Jericho High. Arjun's in a rock band, and Arjun is allergic to dogs. What do we think? Jericho, rock band, or allergic to dogs? I'm also, if that's the truth, I'm also allergic to dogs, so I feel you. Right, get your guesses in, everyone. Okay, we've got 2, 3, looks like 3, 2s and 3s, pretty evenly divided. All right, Arjun, which one is true? Which are the truth and which is the lie? And if you can't unmute, if you're not able to do that right now, not allergic to dogs. Okay, so that was the lie. I'm jealous. That's a good one. Okay, wonderful. Well, I apologize for those we didn't get to. I really appreciate you sharing them. Feel free to keep guessing if you see anybody that you're curious to know what's the truth and what's the lie. What we are going to do next is we're going to have a brief break. So it's about 12:10 right now. We're going to have a 15-minute break to go stretch your legs, get a bite to eat, get some snacks, coffee, whatever you need. So let's be back here at 12:25. And in the meantime, I am going to share the photos that you all sent in. So I put that photo of the Met, which Pablo was talking about earlier, and I decided we are going to create our own Red Cross Youth Digital Museum. I put these photos together last night listening to Taylor Swift. So if Jose Dominguez, our CEO for Long Island, was here, he would be a fan, but I was moved to tears. You guys had such beautiful submissions and thoughts to share. I really appreciate you sharing that with me. So over the next 15 minutes, feel free to stretch your legs, get something to snack on, and then I'll just be going through these photos and the comments you shared about your favorite place on earth. Right. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you again in 15 minutes at 12:25. Thanks, everyone. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the beautiful slides and photos that we had to share walking around the Digital Youth Museum. I really loved putting this together, and I appreciated all the thought and the care you put into sharing these, so thank you so much. Before we head to our next two speakers, who I'm really excited about, I wanted to do a quick check-in about what we've learned today or throughout the whole summit. I know you all have taken in so much information. I have as well, and it's been really interesting. So if you can share with me just one takeaway that you've gotten so far, what's the thing that next Friday when you wake up, you'll still remember this? What do you want to share? Just a takeaway that has been really important to you would be great. You can just type it in the chat. Isabella shared that the IHL program and the programming was really great to learn about, and I completely agree. I know I said this earlier, but if you can join IHL and you can work with our SAF team, I absolutely encourage it. It's an awesome program for clubs. It's an awesome program for youth volunteers in general. So totally, thank you for sharing that, Isabella. Jana said, I learned the importance of having a head start in volunteering for the future. Absolutely. And I think you'll really enjoy our next two speakers because they'll talk to you about how volunteering as a Red Cross youth can be used later on and why it's so important to get involved now. So absolutely. Vera said, taking science and data is crucial, but to make a change, we have to connect on a personal level. That is such a good takeaway. And I agree. And that applies to the work we do with everything with the Red Cross. If you can make it personal, you can make it stick. So that's a great takeaway. Alex says the importance of data and disaster responses. That was new to me as well. It was so cool to see Brad's framework, how he looks at what we're dealing with and how he interprets the data. That was so interesting. Cyrus says some of those fire safety tips and humor use in business. I agree. It's always good to have a fire safety refresher. Rachel says, the phrase humor engenders trust. I thought that was great too. I want to save that slide and I'll make sure to send it out to you. Jacqueline, we should not look the other way and act like people do not need a helping hand. That's critical to what we do with the Red Cross. Absolutely. Arjun, I was taught the importance of humor and how it can increase accessibility to important issues. I agree, and I thought Pablo's presentation was such a good demonstration of that. It was so engaging and so interesting. Heba said, I learned the importance of collaborating and working together in order to make change. I learned this through the great cartoons. Absolutely, and they were super enjoyable cartoons. I loved going through those. Okay, great. Well, these are some awesome takeaways, and feel free to keep sharing them. I'm going to set up our next two speakers, and I'll make sure I give them the ability to present. I think you'll really enjoy hearing from them. So we have our two youth speakers who are going to share with us today. And I know you all mentioned, getting started early and joining the Red Cross early on. So these two will be great to share why that's important and how you can take this experience that you're having now and apply it to the rest of your life. Because as Andrea says, you are a Red Crosser for life. This is an experience that you can take with you wherever you go, whenever you go, and I hope you can get the most out of it. So I know we have Alex in the chat. Let me make sure. Ethan, if you're in here, if you could raise your hand and I'll make you a presenter. If not, we'll give him a moment to log on. It looks like, oh, there's Ethan. All right. Okay, so I have the pleasure of introducing Ethan Chu and Alex Wang. I've been able to work with these two for quite some time, and they are really excellent Red Crossers. Ethan Chu, I met him last year. He was the Syosset Red Cross Club co-president. He was a member of, and still is a member of, our National Youth Executive Board, and he was the founder of our Regional Youth Executive Board. So Ethan's off in college now, so I don't see him as much, but it's great to see him today. And he is joined by Alex Wang, who you all know as well. He is a member of the Syosset Red Cross Club as well, and he is the chair of our Regional Youth Executive Board this year. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Ethan and Alex, and feel free to share slides, share screen. So excited to hear from the both of you. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for inviting me here to speak. Alex, is it fine if we do introductions and then I could dive into some updates on National Youth Involvement Month really quickly? We have some exciting news also about a National Red Cross scholarship that y'all can feel free to apply for. There's a nomination deadline in November, and I'll get more into that in a bit. But hi, I'm Ethan. I am a current first year at Yale, and I'm super excited to be here today to share some of my experiences on the National Youth Council and as the Greater New York Executive Board Chair last year. So thank you so much for coming on call and listening. I'll pass it off to Alex.
Hi, I'm Alex. I'm currently a senior at Syosset High School, and I'm the chair of our Youth Executive Board for the Greater New York region this year.
Okay, so I'll just share my screen. I think I might need to rejoin. It says that Microsoft Teams won't let me record until it quits.
Interesting. Alex, maybe Alex can try sharing the screen
Yeah,
if you
of
email
course,
him the
of course.
presentation. I can try as well if you want to copy me in on the email.
Sounds good.
I also make sure that you follow the socials specifically for both the Greater New York Region Red Cross and specifically the Youth Executive Board and the American Red Cross Youth, and we'll send those near the end of our presentation.
Okay, I just sent it.
Okay, perfect. Alex, do you want to try sharing it or should I?
I think, I'm not sure if my share will work either, so
Yep.
probably safest if you do.
Absolutely. Ethan, have the leaves changed on campus?
Yeah, well, I guess in the meantime. Oh yeah, so in the meantime, I could just talk about some of my experiences in the Red Cross. So campus, it's been really great. Red Cross Club here has been super involved in setting up blood drives and different volunteer initiatives. So really focusing on the 5 lines of service. We do have a ton of highlights planned for National Youth Involvement Month. So I'll dive into it in a little bit, but if you submit what your club did, some info about some of the activities, then we would love to promote it on the American Red Cross Youth social media. And now that the slides are up, thank you so much, Ali. We can dive right in. So National Youth Involvement Month is coming up in November. So really soon, as the NYM lead, I'm directing National Youth Involvement Month and really bringing it to all of you and sharing some of the opportunities that you can participate in within that. So would you mind going to the next slide, please? Great, thank you. So NYM is an annual initiative in November aimed at celebrating accomplishments of Red Cross youth and young adult volunteers. Our theme this year is inspiration through service, and really hoping that all of you can get more involved in the Red Cross through the various lines of service. And within the National Youth Council, we actually have 2 events specifically dedicated to NYM. So we have a map swipe, missing maps event on Saturday, November 12th from 6:30 to 8:30. And we also have an emergency preparedness event on Saturday, November 19th from 5 to 6. And we actually have our event reporting forum up on the one page and also up on our Instagram page. If Alex, you don't mind dropping that in chat. It's if you click on the link tree in there, it's in there. So you can actually start submitting early if you would like to. And you could either submit as a club or individual. Either works. Next slide, please. So how can you help? So we're really hoping to spotlight outstanding clubs and individuals. So just enter some of the event details through the submission form and how it aligns with the NYM theme. And we would really love to promote and share your club and their activities on the American Red Cross Youth page. And if you have any further questions, then make sure to join the October Crash Course call for the National Youth Council on actually today from 7 to 8 if you have further questions to ask. Apologies for the late notice, but we do have like a quick office hours chat today from 7 to 8 if you're interested in learning more. Next slide, please. I think we can skip this for the sake of time, but next slide, please. So this is just going to detail some of the upcoming events. So there's an international humanitarian law, youth action campaign events on October 31st at noon. So if you're interested, then feel free to register using this link in the chat. You can drop it in a little bit. So there's also the upcoming CCC today. It's from 7 to 8 if you're interested. Again, we'll be detailing NYM more. Next slide, please. So as for the Navin Narayan Award, so this is the Red Cross scholarship I was talking about. So if you want to apply, the nominations are due November 4th of this year. So you can learn more by checking out the American Red Cross Youth website. We're providing, I believe, $1,000 to any American Red Cross volunteer between 15 to 24 who's been active with the Red Cross for at least 2 years and served in a leadership capacity. So feel free to apply, and if you think that you can, you have the leadership experiences within the Red Cross, if you have launched initiatives and done a ton of volunteer work aligning to the 5 lines of service, and you have a really great shot at getting the awards. So definitely feel free to apply and start reaching out for nominations as soon as possible before the 4th. Next slide, please. I think this is good. This is it for the youth section. Thank you so much for sharing the slides. So Alex, do you have any insight to bring into, I guess, some of your experiences here on the Youth Executive Board, just transitioning to that after the updates on the national level?
Yeah, so we're actually hoping to prepare and begin a couple of initiatives specifically for the Youth Executive Board that anyone in New York can apply for and work with. And these are basically monthly initiatives that we're hoping to start that we can have basically anyone join and participate in. So some possible ideas that might happen include working with the elderly, blood drives, and park cleanups and more. These are all things that we are like currently in the works planning, and we're hoping to implement them like as soon as possible. And we encourage everyone in this call to join. Furthermore, our youth executive board will be cycling every year. So if there are any youth in this call right now who want to participate in and take a greater role in their community, that could definitely occur specifically by participating in the youth executive board. So we'd be more than happy to see applications from anyone in this call for the youth executive board for the following year, as we already have our members for this year. So I think Hallie will definitely send those out basically in the coming year. So we'd be happy to review application for the youth executive board. And basically what we're hoping to do is better connect members of each of the different boroughs and groups within New York. And this definitely needs the help of everyone from pretty much every borough. So if we can get as many members as possible who can help participate and help encourage our youth executive board, that will definitely be our goal.
Yeah, of course. And working with Alex last year, I know that he's super dedicated. And if you have any questions, then definitely feel free to reach out to him or Hallie about the Youth Executive Board. There's super great resources to learn more about some of the amazing things that they're launching. So definitely don't hesitate to reach out. If you have any questions about how it was to serve last year, then feel free to reach out to me as well. I'll drop my email in the chat. Feel free to
And
ask about.
oh,
Sorry.
go ahead, Ethan. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I was just saying, like, feel free to ask about like literally anything related to like the serving in New York, serving in the national level, or even about life in general. Happy to answer.
Thank you both so much. I have a question to get us started, and then I want folks, please use the chat or raise your hand and we'll unmute you to ask questions about being a youth volunteer and how to really use this experience. So for both of you, this might be directed more towards Alex, who's currently on our Regional Youth Executive Board, but is our board open to all areas of Greater New York? What does that look like?
Yeah, so great question. Basically, our youth executive board wants to get people from every area so we can be as representative of the entire greater New York region as possible. So we really encourage people from areas that might not have as many Red Cross clubs to apply, because then you can better represent those groups within your areas. And also, I think that the important part of the youth executive board, specifically for me at least, was being given the chance to have like a greater impact than you might see individually within your own club, being the president of your own club, because it also gives you the chance to work with members of other clubs and basically connect with more resources that we also help further by connecting with the National Red Cross as well. So I think that's like a key component. Youth Executive Board is a great opportunity to basically expand beyond the boundaries of your local area and also basically see more about the issues that currently exist within the greater New York region. And Ethan, do you have anything on that?
Yeah, of course. So on the National Youth Council, there were a few youth executive boards that were set up scattered around the US, mostly in California, actually. So I saw that as an opportunity to really unite the greater New York community, really launch youth advocacy and youth involvement to another level across greater New York. So that was what I was envisioning, just having a ton of volunteers from all over greater New York be together to plan out events for everyone. And I think so far it's been great success.
Excellent. That's great, thank you. We have a question from Ramez, which is it easy to balance school life and volunteer life? That's a great question.
I think this is like an especially pertinent question for myself right now because the rising senior and it's first quarter of senior year I'm a senior right now and I'm in the first quarter of senior year. So it's like college applications. I think that in terms, it's not easy to balance it, but I think it's definitely possible. So in terms of volunteering and balancing school life, I think that obviously you should make sure that everything that you have in school like is set well first and making sure that you do well for yourself in school. But also, whenever you do have the chance, like on an open weekend, like all of you are in this call right now, taking the chance to participate in the volunteer community that we've built. So the simple answer is that it's not easy, but it's definitely possible if you make the effort to do as much volunteering as possible with the time that you have.
Definitely. Adding on to that, I think it's really a matter of you get what you put in, basically. So if you want to put in more hours to volunteer and really take a leadership position within the Red Cross, then you'll definitely have more hours that are required in terms of how much time you spend on the Red Cross. However, if you also want to just volunteer and help out in some of our events like blood drives, for example, or hopping on call and asking questions, getting involved in that way, then you can definitely also take the opportunity to do that. In terms of some of the, I think, requirements for hours in the Youth Executive Board, maybe Alex, you can touch upon that.
Yeah, so for the Youth Executive Board, we're definitely looking for people who have like a lot of experience and hours working in the Red Cross because it definitely shows a good amount of commitment. And I think that's something that we'll be continuing to look for with the Youth Executive Board and specifically selecting members of our board, as we want to see people who've already been active members of their community and will likely do so going forward. And also, if you want to participate in more events, I think that Hallie has like a really good newsletter that she sends out for the greater New York region talking about volunteer opportunities. And I think that's something that I recommend everyone do, that I also do, is basically have your calendar out and you see, oh, I might have a free Saturday or Sunday here. I can definitely join and help on this event. Or there might be a specific weekend where I might be free or more free than usual, and I just like clear out some space and make sure to join and participate in something. Especially because a lot of these events are now online. It's a lot more easy than maybe having to take a train to go somewhere to help to run something.
Yeah, of course, of course. And I can just touch a bit upon the National Youth Council's requirements. So as for the National Youth Council, we do have a requirement of 10 hours volunteering with our national leadership board, and also 5 hours of volunteering with our local regions. So for me, I've mostly been involved with the Connecticut Red Cross region now that I'm away from Greater New York, but I still really love to join Greater New York Youth Executive Board's events and actively participate in that way. And I do think that if you do have like some spare time on your hands, if you do have the opportunity to really engage with the community and give back to people, then that's like something really great that you should look forward to. And it's definitely not easy to balance between school and volunteering, but it's doable. And I think if you manage your time well, then definitely you can approach it pretty solidly.
Great, thank you for that information. It's always a good reminder that it's possible to do these amazing things, but it does take some balance. And that was a great question, Ramez. Thank you for sharing that. What other questions do folks have?
Yeah, so if you guys have any questions on basically like beyond just like volunteering, but like getting these positions and trying to take a more active role, like you can ask those as well. Like basically like asking questions like Ethan, how did you like basically make your way up and get the chance to participate in the National Youth Board and those types of areas?
I do have one question that I would love to hear from the both of you, because you are such expert Greater New York Red Crossers. What's been the most fun thing you've done as a youth volunteer with Greater New York?
Ethan, you want to go first or?
Yeah, sure. I could go first. So this was actually on the local level, and it was really what inspired me to like create like or like reach out to Hallie about creating the youth executive board. So this was like the I believe the spring of 2020, around like March, like right when the pandemic hit. So um, I like my mom was telling me about a lot of the things that were going on in her hospital right at the time of COVID. And I really wanted to help in any way I could. So as the co-president of my school's Red Cross Club, I reached out to some neighboring schools about potentially partnering together to launch a Red Cross volunteer and fundraising drive. So what we did was we sought to connect like local businesses, support them through having volunteers buy things from them, and then we would get like a portion of the proceeds from that. And then that would really help us in terms of raising money for the Red Cross, raising money for donating masks to local hospitals and things like that, while also like helping to support our local community. We also organized some things in our local county, including like bingo nights and other related activities. And I think having that implemented as part of a local initiative was something really meaningful. And I saw like the power of connecting different Red Cross clubs in our region together to launch something bigger than just something that could happen within our local high school.
I think personally for me, as long, I mean, it's not as concrete as what Ethan said, but I think it's more about like meeting new people and the chance to see people from different areas and regions outside of yourself. Because I think that especially for Long Island, it seems like a bubble sometimes. So when you get out of that bubble, it's kind of eye-opening. So I think specifically this year, I got to meet a lot of new members of our youth executive board, and they're extremely interesting people. And they've definitely like opened my eyes to a lot of new perspectives on what we can do with the Red Cross and the actions that we can take. So I think that's definitely what I've enjoyed the most. Also, specifically for the greater New York region, I think that just because of, I don't know if this is true for sure, but I think we're one of, if not the largest regions in like all of the Red Cross across the United States. It really brings a lot more diversity to like what we can do. I think that's pretty interesting.
Definitely, definitely. I know California is also pretty big, but they have multiple regions, so that splits them up. So I think Greater New York might be the biggest region.
It is. I know. As Mary says, we put the great in Greater New York. I mean, we're biased, but it's pretty great. Those are great. Thank you both for sharing.
Yeah.
Well, while we have a few minutes, I'm going to get our slides set up for our next presenter, but I want to keep Alex and Ethan on a little bit longer for any questions you all have. We had a great question earlier, so please feel free to type some in the chat or raise your hand and I'll unmute you. And I'm going to go ahead and share my slides. And like Ethan and Alex mentioned, when you have any questions about getting involved or what leadership looks like with Red Cross Youth, feel free to reach out to any of us and we'll have conversations with you, share information. There's a lot of really great ways to get involved and to take initiative. And I know so many of the folks who have joined us today have already done that. So I'm really excited to keep working with you all. Well, anything else that Ethan, you and Alex would like to share?
I think that a recommendation I have for any like future Red Crossers, like based off when I started my journey and things that I might have found like important or interesting would have been like basically connecting with people as much as possible from different regions. Like when I first started off the Red Cross, I didn't really know that many people, and I thought that was a big hindrance. I couldn't really see different perspectives, couldn't really participate in as many things as I wanted to, and also like couldn't get access to some information that I might have needed that it might have helped me do more for the Red Cross. So I think always feeling free to reach out to whoever you want. That's important.
Absolutely.
Along with that, I think it's really important to just really, well, it's not important if you don't want it to be important, but like, I think it's a really great opportunity to like be able to like meet so many different people. You get so many diverse perspectives on volunteering. You get so many new ideas from it. And you also get the opportunity to make like new friends from literally all over. For example, on the National Youth Council, I was in San Francisco, the Bay Area this summer, and I met up with a few National Youth Council members there. So it really is great to be able to really like meet people from so many different places, so many different areas of the world. And in fact, I've actually been participating in this specific program called The Futures We Imagine with the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. Just imagining like a new future for volunteering and volunteerism. And I think having like a humanitarian perspective from that derived from my experiences in the Red Cross, whether that's on the local, state, or national level, was really instrumental in creating like some of the ideas in terms of what the future direction of the Red Cross is, ways that we could move forward, and really just have like such inspirational youth be of service to our communities, just like our NYM theme for 2022. So to wrap up, make sure to look at the NYM one pager if you haven't already. Definitely make sure to like apply and put in some of the information about clubs and spotlights and individual spotlights if you're interested in being featured on the American Red Cross Youth verified social media platforms. And along with that, just make sure to reach out and if you have any questions about either NYIM or applying for the Navin Narayan Youth Scholarship, then definitely don't hesitate to let me or Hallie or Alex know. So I'll just drop the link to the Navin Narayan Scholarship in chat really quickly. And thank you all. Thank you, Hallie. Thank you, Alex, for allowing me to come on to speak.
Yeah, thank you guys so much.
Thank you. What an excellent presentation. I really appreciate you sharing, Alex and Ethan, and it's been great working with you. We are going to take just a quick break, 3-minute break. We have a very exciting speaker joining us next. We are going to hear from the permanent observer and the head of the delegation for the IFRC for the United Nations, Laura Olson. So we'll get back at 12:58. Just take 3 minutes, stretch your legs, get some water, and then we've got a great presentation coming up. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, Hallie. Laura.
Hi, Laura. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you?
Yes. Good. You?
Doing well.
Good. So you control my camera and stuff too? Okay. I just want to make sure you knew I was here. I think you saw I was, but
Yes, you should have access to turn on your camera. Let me know if you're not able to.
yeah, it doesn't. Oh, wait. Let me try. There it goes. Yeah, I don't have the best lighting, but
That's wonderful.
see.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, happy to. Happy to. See if I can do better on the lighting. I'm not sure I really can here. Sorry. Well, we'll be watching the slides, so.
I know I had to move around a lamp in my apartment. I made a DIY ring light of sorts.
But then I don't need the shadow. So this is, well, we have the slides, so that's better.
It looks great. You look clear and everything.
Okay, good.
Well, wonderful. It's 12:58. So folks, if you can jump back on, we'll get ready for our next presenter. Thank you so much for joining us, Laura.
Happy to be here.
If it's okay with you, Laura, we'll start a minute or two early, if that's all right.
Yeah, I'm ready if you guys are. Sure.
Okay, perfect. Well, I have the honor of introducing Laura Olson. Prior to her appointment at the IFRC, Ms. Olson was a director of the Human Rights Program at the Carter Center. She also held senior positions within the United States government, including Immigration Section Chief in the Office for Civil Rights and Civil Liberties with the Department of Homeland Security, and as a senior policy advisor to the United States Department of State Special Envoy for Guantanamo closure. Before joining the United States government, Ms. Olson held various positions in the International Committee of the Red Cross, including as legal advisor to its regional delegation in DC. So we are so fortunate to be able to hear from Laura today, and I'm really excited to see your slides and to hear from you. So with that, I will pass it over to you. Thank you, Laura.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me. Usually it's always better and nicer if we can meet in person, but I'm particularly happy it's virtual today because I am getting over a little bit of a cold. So please excuse me if I sound a little funny. This isn't my normal voice and I am a bit congested. So please bear with me today. I was really inspired. I heard the last half of the presentation on volunteering at the with the American Red Cross. And I just want to say, if you do volunteer, don't forget, that means you will be part of the world's largest humanitarian network. There are almost 15 million volunteers, if that hadn't already been said. So it's very inspiring, and I was very inspired to hear the work that's being done. I'm privileged to have the opportunity to share with you some information about our work on climate, with a particular focus on the IFRC's role as the permanent observer at the United Nations here in New York. So as I'm sure you're all familiar, IFRC is short for International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. So if you could flip to the first slide. There you are. So we're going to talk about youth and climate at IFRC. And you can go ahead to the next slide and I can show you our team. So for the IFRC delegation here in the UN, we have about 6 permanent staff. During the UN General Assembly, which is from September basically through December, we usually do take 2 volunteers, one which was formerly at the American Red Cross, proud to say, and we happen to have on loan part-time for the past year a representative from the Norwegian Red Cross. So what does it mean, I guess I want to ask you, to have observer status at the UN? Does anyone have an idea? Anyone want to jump in and tell me, what does that mean? If not, that's fine. You've been going for 2 days, or this is your second day, right? I can jump right in and tell you. But so we've enjoyed observer status as the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies at the General Assembly of the United Nations since 1994. This was created, a UN General Assembly resolution actually gave us that status. So the states had to agree to give us the status. And that means we're allowed to participate as observers in the work of the UN principal organs, including the UN General Assembly, the Economic and Social Council, or as we go forward in discussing things, I'll be saying ECOSOC, and other subsidiary committees and commissions. We need this special status because we're not a member state. Keep in mind, the United Nations is inherently a government, nation-state organization. When the IFRC delegation to the UN undertakes this role as part of the IFRC Secretariat in representing the broader interests of the organization, as well as member national societies, we do this in advocating on behalf of the most vulnerable on our priority issues of national societies and the IFRC. So again, what does that mean? Well, that means we engage in policy and advocacy work, which we sometimes then call humanitarian diplomacy. We do this at the UN in partnership with national societies, the ICRC, and other actors. So what we're doing is we're working to persuade the decision makers, particularly at states, to act in the interests of the people and communities in vulnerable situations with full respect of humanitarian principles. We work to raise awareness and mobilize partners and UN member states, so other countries, to address problems and provide solutions on the issues of concern to us as the IFRC, but also as national societies. And we work to keep national societies and the IFRC offices around the world informed of international community issues and events of relevance to our priorities and programs. You can go to the next slide. So at the United Nations, yes, we focus on protecting the environment and addressing the evolving climate crisis as a top priority. And I will turn that to that in a moment, but I wanted to at least mention or flag for you the other priorities, and they include health equity, food security, as well as saving lives and protecting people on the move. So we do this by ensuring meaningful engagement, but also ensuring participation of communities so that nation states hear from the co-implementers of programs and leaders of locally led action, so that they actually can hear from people on the ground. If you have questions about these other priorities, I'm happy to discuss them if we have time later. But now let's turn to discuss climate change, since that's what we're here to discuss today. And yes, you can go to slide 4. So I know you're well aware of the climate crisis and you've been discussing this. Now you're on your second day, and probably in other fora you've been discussing it. But let me, if you will, share some information from the United Nations. So the 6th assessment report of the UN body for assessing science-related climate change This body is called the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. Everyone loves initials, especially the UN. Well, this committee, it states the planet has already warmed 1.1 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. At the current rate, we are heading to a warming of 2.7 degrees Celsius by 2100. It also states that approximately 3.3 billion people live in climate vulnerable areas. Let me also share with you some IFRC data. According to IFRC data, in the past 10 years, 83% of all disasters triggered by natural disasters were caused by extreme weather and climate-related events, such as floods, storms, and heat waves, impacting 1.7 billion people. Countries and communities around the world are already experiencing losses and damages due to climate and weather-related disasters, so loss of infrastructure, agricultural land, and culture. Climate and weather-related extremes are increasingly driving displacement, so forcing people to move. So what does this mean for our action as IFRC and National Red Cross or Red Crescent societies? The IFRC and our 192 National Red Cross and Red Crescent societies witness every day the humanitarian impacts of the climate crisis. And the number of people needing international humanitarian assistance due to climate-driven crisis is expected to almost double by 2050. With the unique role as auxiliaries to their governments and as members of their local communities, national societies, like the American Red Cross, are uniquely placed to support communities in preparedness, response, recovery, and adaptation, so adapting for the changing climate. So this includes scaling up community-based and locally led adaptation. We continue to increase attention to and financing for adapting and resilience, with, of course, a priority on the most vulnerable countries and communities. We also support effective climate actions such as strengthening disaster regulatory frameworks, improving risk management, anticipatory action, and nature-based solutions. So if I could give you a couple examples. For example, the Indonesian Red Cross is establishing mangroves to protect against coastal erosion and restore ecosystems. So that would be a nature-based solution. The Mongolian Red Cross piloted the IFRC's forecast-based action for ZUDs. I don't know if you know what that is, but that's when animals of the steppe die in vast numbers due to drought or a very cold winter. So what the National Society did is identify triggers and then early action protocols, what to do if those triggers actually happen. And when those triggers were reached, they released funding so that those protocols could be implemented to assist 1,000 herder households when there was a die-off of animals, and activated again the next year, targeting 2,000 herder households. The Philippines Red Cross also used forecast-based action, so looking for these triggers, what might predict something to happen and to mitigate it. So they use these forecast-based action to support the strengthening and protection of housing from flooding. And this then helped mitigate displacement so that people didn't have to move due to flooding. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So climate at the UN in New York. So the IFRC delegation here, we engage in the climate conversations through the UN's 3 active bodies. That's the General Assembly, the Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, and the Security Council. First, for example, within the General Assembly and ECOSOC, we support UN member states on disaster risk reduction and climate action, particularly making sure to prioritize, again, as I've said already, the most vulnerable, with a focus on climate adaptation, financing for that adaptation, and early warning, early action systems. And we do this in several ways. For example, we advise, based on our expertise, member states on UN resolutions and outcomes. But we also advise them to take action at the national level, which is then where the national societies' support to their government comes in to help the government strengthen national climate policies, plans, and programs. At the United Nations, we also engage on key UN General Assembly resolutions on climate change, on disaster risk reduction, on coordination within the humanitarian system, and on natural disasters. And why do we do this? Why do we care about UN resolutions and these documents that come out? Well, the UN resolutions on climate change and other matters, help set standards for where we are and provide recommendations for member states and others on climate policies. So they also help identify where we need to get to. If we help shape the language in these resolutions, the idea is this will help shape national policy development, which will help the most vulnerable. So we also support UN initiatives consistent with our priorities. For example, the UN Secretary General generated an initiative called Early Warning for All. Now that looks to make sure that 100% of the globe is covered by early warning technologies and capacities within the next 5 years. So that every place would have a warning if there's a tsunami coming or some other event. While most climate and weather-related disasters strike without warning, over 20% of disasters can be predicted, started with floods, storms, and droughts. So we are working together with the UN Secretary General and the system, and we augment the UN Secretary General's initiative by working to ensure that early warning is accompanied by early action. That is, to scale up anticipatory action work. For it's only when governments and others acting in this area shift their approach from waiting and then reacting to disasters, we need to shift from that to acting ahead of them. And that will be truly, then we'll be able to protect those marginalized communities and efficiently use the finite resources available. Another way we work at the UN is that we partner and work with UN member states, the UN system, and our national societies and other humanitarians to share best practices on the ground and bring these to the UN to share among member states. For example, at an annual UN event called the ECOSOC Humanitarian Affairs segment, we organized an event on anticipatory action to bring in local actors to speak on best practices. Another example is we brought the Norwegian Red Cross Turning the Tide report to the UN, and the Secretary General of the Norwegian Red Cross showcased the importance of climate action for coastal communities. Most recently, during the UN General Assembly's High-Level Week, which occurred just this past September, the IFRC worked with others on an event discussing climate displacement, and the Secretary General of the Mali Red Cross Society spoke from the local perspective on how they are helping migrants on the ground or people displaced because of climate. And then I'll give just another example is that we also do work, follow the Security Council. So we work with member states to continue discussions on climate change and its impact on security, which is a thematic topic of the Security Council. Now I'd like to turn to the primary UN instrument or convention that discusses climate change. And you guys have probably already heard about this, which is the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, or UNFCCC. This convention, with 190 states that are members to it, organizes an UN climate conference that's annual. I'm sure you've heard of it. Someone can tell me what this one is, right? Someone put it in the chat quickly. You know what conference this is? It's coming up soon.
We heard it from Pablo Suarez as well, so I know you all know it.
Well, it's actually, so I won't put you guys under pressure because I know you've been engaging for several days, but you know it. It's COP, right? It's right there on the slide, COP27. So why is it called COP? It's because it's the conference of the parties. So the parties that are a member to this instrument. The full name is really Conference of the Parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. And it's the 27th session, the 27th time they've met. That's why this year is called COP27. And this year it will be held in Egypt in November. So as you can see, conversations that began with a UN instrument don't necessarily have to take place in New York. This one has been held in different places for different sessions, and this time it will be in Egypt. I'm sure then you've heard of the Paris Climate Agreement, which was adopted at COP27, so right, the 27th session of the Conference of Parties in 2015. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. So in 2015, the Paris Climate Agreement was adopted, and there global leaders made historic commitments to, and I'll only give a couple examples, but the ones we hear about a lot, which is curbing carbon emissions and investing in renewable energy. At COP26, so the 26th session of the Conference of Parties in Glasgow last year, governments and businesses made further commitments along those lines. Many of the commitments of the Paris Agreement, as well as agreements before and following it, have never been met. Thus, at COP27, there will be important discussions on strengthening of various items, including national emissions reduction, supporting adaptation measures, meeting the 100 billion finance goal, because all of this needs financing, of course, coming up with a framework to address losses and damages that communities are already facing, and of course, agreeing on a playbook to implement the commitments to turn them into, it's most important, concrete actions. So the IFRC role at COP27. Well, IFRC will be there along with about 25 national societies. We will then be the Red Cross, Red Crescent delegation. Of those 25 national societies, primarily they will be from Africa, which is one of the hardest hit areas with climate change, but obviously African continent is not alone in that. In the run-up to the COP, in the run-up to the conference itself, the IFRC, so really not just us in New York, but also the IFRC from Geneva headquarters and other regional delegations have been providing humanitarian policy advice and input to the chair, which is of course a state. Keep in mind, this is a state conference of parties. These are all run by states and we're observers, giving them our inputs though to help shape whatever outcome document and commitments may be there, providing expertise and speaking for the most vulnerable. So they will have an outcome document there. So while we've been trying to give input to the shape of the conference and that document now, when we are at the conference itself, we will be having bilateral meetings with various states and organizations and follow up on the negotiations of this outcome document and the commitments. We will also be organizing events. I gave examples of past events we had done at the UN here in New York, like with the Norwegian Red Cross or the Mali National Society, but we'll also have events to promote the issues of the national societies and of the IFRC. One, for example, particularly focusing on the nexus between humanitarian work and development work and how climate issues cross those. And we need to breach that divide to better assist communities. We will also be co-leading events on disaster risk reduction and other humanitarian work. So that's what we will also be trying to do at COP. IFRC specifically will be advocating for, so now I look like I'm in shadow or shade because the sun's finally coming out. Sorry, guys. Between my voice and my coughing and then the funky light, I'm glad there's mostly slides, but hopefully someday we will meet in person. You can see what I really look like and sound like. But anyway, until then, our key messages at COP are really increasing the urgency of action to address the humanitarian impacts of climate crisis that we need to really act now. Prioritizing, of course, the most vulnerable to the climate change and the crisis and those marginalized communities, and increasing the amount and accessibility of climate financing, especially ensuring that it gets to the local communities that are most impacted and can do the most to help their own community because they know what the challenges are. Also, scaling up effective climate action is essential. So that will be part of also the discussion, whether it's creating better regulatory frameworks and making action more anticipatory and innovative. And of course, very much promoting locally led action. So this also, believe it or not, leads to you and your engagement. There's the upcoming conference on youth, COY, and it will be held right before the Conference of State Parties in Sharm el-Sheikh, November 2nd through the 4th. And it will focus on policy advocacy and outcomes and capacity building, as well as skill building and cultural exchanges for youth. This will be the 17th conference on youth that is happening. So it's called COI 17, that will be related to CUP. Sorry, you can go to the next slide. Sorry, there's where I should have showed that when I was going through our action goals at COP. And then here, I just wanted to conclude with some ideas, other ideas for your involvement. And I hope I'm not repetitive from that was maybe mentioned previously by other speakers. I know Pablo from the Red Cross and Red Crescent Climate Center was on, but the IFRC network and the Climate Center both recognize the key role that you play in ensuring that people now and in the future do not suffer the consequences of worsening climate. So within the Red Cross, Red Crescent movement of our almost 15 million volunteers, nearly half of them are young people, which leads to huge opportunities for youth-led impacts on the ground. So throughout the last few years, it's great to see this important shift that has taken place to include and listen to young people when it comes to climate advocacy, climate action, and involvement in the decision-making roles. Global youth volunteers, you've heard some examples already just in the panel before, but other youth volunteers have helped advocate for heat action plans in their schools, clean drains around marketplaces so that floodwaters can easily drain. Some have planted mangroves to protect against coastal erosion. And others have raised awareness about dengue fever prevention. So from youth opportunities to share from the Climate Center, you can go to the next slide. So here's some websites you can go to, and maybe this can also be shared with everyone after the event. But the Why Adapt curriculum is run through the Climate Center and helps better understand climate change and practical actions to adapt to the changing climate in communities. The curriculum is offered in multiple countries, including the US, so you can join Why Adapt on the Climate Center website, which is there. Also, the Climate Center held its first Climate and Youth Summit last year, and the next will be on December 1st, to which you can join. And my understanding is that more information will soon be shared on the Climate Center website soon, so stay tuned for that. Also, the final one I'll mention is in partnership with the Netherlands and the International Union for Conservation of Nature. The Climate Center has joined a new initiative called the Valuing Water Youth Journey to catalyze meaningful youth engagement on water and climate action. So hopefully those, besides obviously being involved here and with the American Red Cross and what you've all discussed, there's some opportunities for you also to be involved. And with that, I will conclude my presentation.
Thank you so much, Laura. That was really great to see how the Red Cross operates at a higher level. That was excellent. I'm going to let folks type their questions in the chat or raise your hand and we'll unmute you. I do have a question from our Youth Executive Board Chair, Alex Wang, who had to jump off, but he was wondering what, and I'll relay this to him, what are the main differences in climate response, climate operations between international and US specific responses?
Well, I'm going to have trouble answering that. While I am American and not obviously IFRC is an international organization, I can't directly speak to all that America is doing in the United States. One thing but I can say is writ large, what as IFRC we are definitely trying to push is the early action and anticipatory action, right? That we're not just mitigating the results and being reactive to them. It's recognizing that climate is there, that there are ways to, as we saw get early warnings so that we see the triggers and can act in advance of them to prevent loss and damage for people. So again, like I mentioned with the Secretary General's early warning system, it'll be great that there's early warning systems around the globe, but that won't help if we don't have plans in place. If we don't understand what the triggers are, have a plan in place once those triggers are met to anticipate action. So that's where I can't say that it's different than what America is doing, but what I can say, the focus really needs to be put on anticipatory action and not just mitigation.
Thank you. And I think that's what we have heard again throughout this weekend. It's been great to to take that as a key takeaway. So for our youth in attendance, what questions do you have? I'm going to go back to the former slide as well and make sure everybody
can get
gets that. We'll be sharing slides, but I would love to know too who's interested in these opportunities, because I could see so many of our Red Crossers being very interested in that.
And I would add, I think if you Google youth COP or Conference on Youth, I don't have that website there, but that is the one specifically done through the UN, so not IFRC, but if people are wanting to search that out. Now that is at Sharm el-Sheikh. I'm not sure the level of how much they're having it virtual, but I would imagine these days there's some part of it that might be virtual. But that one, if you just Google Conference on Youth and climate, you should come up with it. Sorry, I keep muting myself because I'm coughing.
And Wafa shared that they're really excited for them. So I'm really glad to hear that, Wafa.
Great. And I'm happy if there's questions that come later from folks, if you ever just want to share them with me, and I'm happy to do my best to answer. One thing, as you heard in my background, is I did start with the movement with the ICRC, but that was when I began my career, and I was with just over 10 years with the ICRC in Geneva and the Russian Federation, and then also they sent me to the US on mission, which is my own country. As you heard, I was in Washington, DC. But then I had a gap, and I never came from a national society originally. So what's been a real privilege, and still I'm growing and learning, is listening to what, let's say, the American Red Cross, it was great meeting with Mary here in the New York area and others, what they are all doing and how they integrate this work, because I'm have the privilege to represent 192 national societies. And so for me, it's a lesson of listening and learning. So hopefully if we have another opportunity for interaction in person, and hopefully when I don't have a cold, I can hear from all of you, because it's definitely a two-way street. And we're constantly having to hear from our national societies so that we can best represent them.
That's wonderful. I really appreciate you saying that. I know we have a lot of excited youth volunteers who would love to share. So thank you for saying that. Well, excellent. I will be sure to send you any questions we get, Laura. I'm so appreciative of your time and for sharing this information with us. And if anybody has any questions, you can email me or send them in the chat, and I'll make sure they get to Laura. But thank you so much again for joining us and for sharing this.
Thank you, and good luck, and bonne continuation, as they say in French. And again, thank you for the opportunity and the privilege to be with you today. I appreciate it. Take care.
You too. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Great. So we will go right into our next and our final segment. We're ending on a very high note. And so I'm so excited to welcome two of our Red Cross family members. We've got Allison Spearman, who is the Director of Volunteer Engagement, Client Support, and Diversity, Equity, Inclusion with National, and Jen Baker, who is our Division Volunteer Services Executive. So I'm so excited to welcome them. I know you all are probably familiar with both of them, probably seen them around, but thank you so much to the both of you for joining, and I will pass it your way.
Awesome. Hey, everybody. Nice to be with you virtually. And I know we're the last of your conference, so hopefully you are, you're with us for the last sort of 30 minutes, and we're excited just for the opportunity to be with you. So as Hallie mentioned, I'm Jen. I am the Division Volunteer Service Executive. I get to work very closely with my buddy here, Allison. I just can't say how proud I am to oversee the Northeast Division, and that's including the Greater New York region. This is sort of like trailblazing work. I was just sort of writing Hallie in chat, like how amazing. So to all the youth volunteers on the line, I hope you take a little bit after this conference to sort of digest that this is so important, and we need you around the table with us virtually and in person. So thanks for making the time this weekend on a beautiful fall afternoon. So if you can go to the next slide, Hallie, I just wanted to set the stage a little bit. And you can go to the next one. Thank you. So let me just first say sort of who we are. This is a bit not a chart that's intended for you to be able to read, and we'll make sure we link this. But I know you've been hearing from members of the IFRC and the ICRC. So Alice and I are representing the volunteer services side of the house, me at the division, and then of course Allison at our national headquarters. So we also have an amazing network, right, in the American Red Cross and within volunteer services. So you all are working at the regional level in Greater New York. I am at the divisional level, so I'm based in New York, but I oversee Maine through Pennsylvania. So if you look at the right side of the chart, we have a map. Every single one of our regions is sort of divided into 6 divisions. So I oversee the Northeast, and I have 5 peers throughout the country that support regions, right? So we serve as a sort of connection point to the regions and our national headquarters. So I sort of like the idea that I'm sort of have a foot in both sides of the house. And Allison really looks to me, and then Hallie and Andrea and all of you to sort of get the pulse of the field, right? So national headquarters, we have a TO on the left side. Our sort of leader at the helm in volunteer services is Matt Bertram. He's our vice president, and he has directors on his team, Allison being one, that he really looks to create policy, rules and tools and vision, which we're going to share some of that with you today. But they're not doing that alone, right? They're doing that in coordination with me and my peers and thus all of you. So for us to be with you today to just give you a little peek into where we're going is really just the start of the journey together. So I just wanted to kind of get some context to who we are and where we are. So if you go to the next slide, we are going to show a quick 3-minute video. I'll sort of tee it up, but I wanted to say, really pre-pandemic, we've been looking at volunteer trends really across the country, even, kind of globally, and understanding that it's changing. I think the pandemic really expedited a lot of those learnings, and knowing that we're at an exciting time in the organization of, how are we designing our work in the organization? How are we engaging with volunteers? And I actually think it's really the most exciting time to be in the organization as we head into sort of more climate work. The volunteer trends and how we're looking at shaping more creative, flexible opportunities is going to set the stage for more of that work ahead. So we're going to show a quick 3-minute video. I will give you the thumbs up, Helly, when I hear it, so you know, and then we'll just come back in 3 minutes.
Perfect.
Excellent. Thanks, Hallie. I hope you all enjoyed that video, and everybody will have the link to that, directly following today. So before I hand it over to Allison, I hope that really resonated with you. I was kind of jotting down some words as I listened to that, and things that stick out are community, right? So this is a community. You all are a part of a community. And you represent various communities, right? So you may sort of be attached to the greater New York region, but we know folks are from various places all over the country, all over the world. We're looking to hear and develop leaders to help us understand where do we need to go and grow in this space. And I think about social change and positive change. So thank you for giving your time to the Red Cross. We know that you could be associated with other, partners or communities or relationships, and that's excellent. We want more of that, but we're just excited that you're also, kind of joining arms with us at the Red Cross to be a part of this journey. So I'll tee up Allison. I'll say project-based volunteering is something that, sort of came out in that presentation. And I will say there's a reason for that Allison's going to really leverage some of the learnings from the research that our organization did in this space, because we know it's flexible and we know that there's some direct synergies with the climate work. So I just wanted to kind of tee up Allison and thank Allison for being here. She wears a big hat at our national headquarters, but she is a partner that I see as always approachable. And the fact that she's here with us today, I find awesome, because she's the person that's really writing the vision of how we're going to continue to engage youth, and she's partnering at all levels. So Allison, thank you for being here, and I'll hand it to you to give a little peek into where we're headed.
All right, great. Thank you, Jen. That was such a wonderful introduction. And I'd like to say that I do a lot of stuff on my own, but really, as Jen mentioned before, it is really a team effort, and you all are a part of that team and the efforts that that we need to hear more about and get feedback on, so that we can help create the vision, tools, and also some of the opportunities that will be available for all of our youth and young adults. And so, as Jen mentioned, trends are a big part of how we set our strategy and vision going forward, not only in the youth space, but across Red Cross Volunteer Services. And a big part of that, which you are going to hear more about if you haven't already, is project-based volunteering. In that video, there was the mention of flexibility, having the opportunity to do different types of things, and people aren't just committed necessarily to one organization anymore. And so what we'll be rolling out, and which we started to put tools out for all of our lines of service and our departments, is a toolkit that's focused on project-based volunteering. And so essentially what project-based volunteering is, it's a different way to engage youth, young adults, and other volunteers in our mission delivery work. So most people are usually traditionally know about volunteering in a position, right? A position where you're assigned to do something and you do it for a certain amount of time and you're committed to that. It could be evergreen, or it's typically a longer term experience. Then you also have event-based. So as you think about Hurricane Ian and us deploying folks down to that, or even in local communities when there's a fire or there's an event like Sound the Alarm, where we engage because there's something that's occurring. But what we're trying to fill is that gap in between, which is why we're calling it project-based. And essentially, it's creating projects and volunteer opportunities that are for a defined amount of time and have defined outcomes. And that really lends to the space for young adults like yourselves, where you may not be able to commit to doing something for like a year long, right? But you could commit to 3 months, 2 hours a day, that has a focus on working through different deliverables that are outlined by that department. And so we know that a lot of our mission work, it happens all day long, right? But a lot of times you all are either in school, you're in classes, you have other things that are going on. And so this creates an avenue where we can start to engage more people without having that longer term commitment, and allow you the flexibility to volunteer in different ways. So you're going to see more about project-based volunteering over the next year. And as I talk a little bit about strategy, I will share how we're engaging with departments, lines of service, to identify those opportunities as opposed to going down the position route or the event route. So with that, I will go to the next slide, which talks a little bit more about our national strategy. And so from our national lens over the past year, and I've been in this role almost 2 years now, we've really been rethinking how we're approaching space for youth and young adults. And ideally, our goal is to increase the collaboration across lines of service, to cultivate more opportunities for youth involvement by with our mission delivery by doing project-based volunteering. The other pieces, which we've done a little bit of in the last year, and we're continuing to roll out more things this year, is connecting and integrating tools to have a more consistent message that supports increasing the number of Red Cross clubs and individual engagement. So I want to go back to trends a little bit. When you think about Red Cross and typically youth, young adult engagement, it's traditionally through a club. Well, when you watch, aren't necessarily always just committed to just an organization, or when you look at some of more of our diverse communities, they typically already have some service organization that they either work with already, or that they may participate in through a different club, or even through some different structure. And so our focus is to continue to drive some of our club activities, but also focus in on how we can bring in more individuals and diverse individuals in the organization. So if you think, for example, if you're on a college campus, or even in high school, middle school, wherever, there may be a sorority or a fraternity or a sports club. They may be doing some type of service activity. How can we engage those people to participate in Red Cross activities? Well, we can do that through project-based, right? And we can do that through working very closely with all of our departments to identify where are those spots where they could use more support in delivering mission, and how can we pull in folks that aren't necessarily in this club structure to support that. So we're continuing to work down that road of building out tools and collateral to help all of our regions engage youth and young adults from an individual perspective. The last piece is really having closer alignment with our national communication team and marketing to increase youth awareness of youth and young adults in the great work that you all do for our organization. We get to see a lot of that through our climate change, and also some of our youth action and humanitarian work, right? But how can we do more of that? And how can we engage you all into some of our other priorities? So if you're able to go to the next slide, I want to talk a little bit about some of those growth opportunities. As I mentioned, increasing that collaboration to infuse youth into our mission delivery operations and programs. That includes our climate and sustainability, but also includes our technology initiatives. And as we think about that, there's the other piece of looking through it through a DEI lens. And so how do we draw more diverse youth in, and what are some of those areas of opportunity that our organization is growing in that we could support and could utilize youth and young adults in their great work that you already do in this space, and leverage that within our organization. So that's a huge area for us. You'll hear more about that as we talk about mission adaptation and those other things this year. But you'll be seeing an increase of us really working through how to engage more young people into some of this work that is incredibly important. Also, we're working with our national marketing efforts to recruit and elevate youth volunteer opportunities. Some of the activities that we're doing, and we have these national conversations, is rethinking some of the roles, not only from position-based, but also project-based, but thinking through what are some of the policies, what are some of the requirements? Does it really need to have this age requirement? Is there a different way that we could approach the work? It's usually done from 9 to 5. Could it be done during different hours? How do we do that? And then how can we package some of those changes and update our marketing and recruitment efforts to make our organization more attractive to young people? And not just young people that are already in our clubs, but again, those individuals that know nothing about Red Cross, but we could pull them in that individual structure to help support our mission. And then lastly, it's increasing our recognition of our youth successes by doing more storytelling. One thing that our team has been very particular about is trying to infuse diverse stories, which include, when I say diversity, youth and young adults, and ensuring that there's always a place to share that story. Typically, I won't say typically, but usually you will see in some spaces where we're always talking about, mission delivery in this aspect. So you could think about maybe even from training services, or when you see an instructor, well, can we use pictures, right, of young people? Can we share stories of more stories of life-saving events? And training services has done a great job in that space. If you think about our life-saving awards, and our programs for lifeguarding and also swim safety. So it's how can we duplicate some of the work like that has been done in training services within disaster, right? Can we do that within international services with SAF? How can we continue to elevate those stories and share successes that will help other individuals in the organization create those opportunities for young people? So we've got a lot of work to do, but this is really our strategy and kind of vision going forward of how we can infuse more youth and young adults into our work. So with that, I will pass it back to Jen.
Perfect. Thank you, Allison.
Yeah.
So the point of our conversation today, if you go to the next slide, Hallie, is really to tee up the conversation that I hope can continue. So I work directly with the regional volunteer service officers like Andrea on the line, and of course people on her team like Hallie, along with Mary Barnaby, who I think you've heard from before, our regional executive in the region. So what I keep saying to people is I see this year sort of we're at this crossroads of understanding. We have the trends to say, okay, we're at an evolution point. We're going to continue to still have position-based work, but that can't be the way that the entire organization is designed, right? Life is changing, the world is changing. We need this flexibility. But we also know big ships turn slowly. So I say that because the Red Cross, as you know, is a big, large, international, national organization. So what that means is, me, I'm from the Northeast. I'm moving quickly. I got it. I'm excited. I'm ready to jump in. So I invite you to do that with us, but just know there's going to be a level of, I think, patience to say, okay, these changes aren't going to happen overnight. And that is okay, right? We want to be really thoughtful with getting real-time feedback to have these conversations we're having today to say, hey, we recognize we need to lean into this space, lean into the important climate work and this sort of social important changes that we need to digest. How we do that, though, we're on the map together, kind of drawing that map and carving out where we go. So I really want to be sure that as you've gone through the last, 2 days, all the thoughts you have, and I'll ask Hallie and Andre, how best they want to sort of package or create the space. I'm really going to look to them to say, hey, tell me what folks are saying. What are they hearing? What kind of thought-provoking ideas do they have? What are you already doing today that, to Allison's point, a lot of what we do is just pull the layers back and identify all of these incredible best practices that we know clubs, individuals already have that we want to really understand and replicate for the rest of the country. So this is really the just one thing is we need to hear from you, right? We want to know what you're doing, what you're thinking, because you're really the future of where we're headed. And we're just excited to sort of be on this learning path. We're no longer having to say, hey, we need to head in a new, exciting direction. That's well established. It's really just where are we going from here? So it's an exciting time to be in the organization. And I hope that you're starting to feel that after the last couple of days too. So I'm excited to continue those conversations together. I will say I'm so inspired by all of you and what I hear from the work you're doing. I think that we can work to leverage the network that we have, right? So we're here together virtually. We can start having cross-regional conversations, right? Talking to our friends throughout the country. We're already having international conversations too. So if you have any ideas for that, right? We know many folks, you're going to travel home maybe for Thanksgiving next month, right? We want to start connecting people in a more easier way to the Red Cross network because we really are just a family of Red Crossers that we're all really humanitarians and trying to do the same thing. It may just look and feel different in your community, and we want to learn from that. So please just be very open. I think there's a level of advocacy. I'm always so inspired from our youth and young adults. And so I'm just excited to sort of join arms and learn from all of you. So thank you. I hope that we just sort of inspired some thought this morning to give you a peek into where we think we're headed. But this is really just the beginning. And we'll pause and sort of take any questions or even immediate reactions that we have from the team.
Thank you so much, Allison and Jen. That was very exciting. And I think our youth members, they have such good ideas like you mentioned. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from them. And any thoughts or questions you have, please feel free to raise your hand and I can unmute you or type them in the chat. And I know that's a lot of information to go through, so you can always email them to me as well, and I'll send them to Jen and Allison.
And I promise we won't take silence as you're not excited. We also know the last on the agenda, that means you're tired, you're excited, but it is absolutely okay that you're digesting and truly there are going to be plenty of opportunities to continue the conversation together too. So.
Well, fabulous. I'll keep the chat box open. Oh, looks like Andrea's got her hand up. Let me make sure you can unmute, Andrea. Oh. All right. You should be able to unmute now.
Thank you so much, Hallie, and thank you, Jen and Allison. I'm actually just going to stay off camera because my internet's starting to get a little wonky, but this has been an amazing couple of days with incredible presenters. I've learned so much. And I know that for all of you, it's overwhelming. There's tons of information, but I would love if you could just throw in the chat quickly, especially for Jen and Allison to see, because they're really part of the leadership of our organization who are constantly looking at ways to engage youth. If you could just put in a couple of, even a few words or quick comments of what are some of the things you're thinking about that you could take action on leaving this weekend? And I think it would be great to kind of leave that. It's like I said yesterday morning, this isn't the end. This is just the beginning. This is the way to really kick off all the great work that we can do together. But I think it'd be wonderful if you could just take a moment and drop that in the chat. And special thanks to Hallie for an extraordinary weekend, putting together such tremendous presenters, and to all of you and Jen and Allison for taking the time out of your Sunday to be with us. We really appreciate it. And to each and every one of you on the line, you are our here and now, and there's so much you can do, and I hope you feel tremendously empowered. I know I do, but I'm really looking to each of you to help us take the next step in our journey together.
Absolutely. And Andrea, that's such a great idea. I would love to hear from folks, what are you taking away from this weekend? We talked a lot about that preparedness go bag. So what's your mental go bag? What are you going to take from this summit? I have a lot of things I've got to think about. I think one of the biggest ones is incorporating that project-based idea with some of the great initiatives you all have already been doing in your clubs and seeing how we can loop that into climate. So it's kind of three takeaways that I'm going to be thinking about.
Makes me laugh, Hallie. Andrea and I are both like, write that down. I'm stealing that. I was also in a meeting with Andrea just a couple of days ago, and we were asked at the end, what are we most excited about? So that's an easier, even question to, what was really exciting and, what you're inspired by. That's also nice to hear too, so.
I'll do the reminder too. Y'all remember, if you submit something in the chat box, you're entered in a raffle for t-shirts too. So that's even more of an incentive to share what you're taking. Okay, great. We've got Cyrus saying, what inspired your commitment to the Red Cross? Oh, it was a question to Jen and Allison. That's a great question, Cyrus.
Allison, do you want to go first? You want to?
Sure. So it's a great question. Actually, before I worked for Red Cross, I actually worked for IBM and AT&T. I worked in software. And when I came to Red Cross, it was a totally different organization, but it's the mission that really keeps me here. My first year, and I worked in training services. I was like, over CPR and all of that. But a young lady came in to the office and she was in tears, and she was there just to pick up some equipment. But her family, when she was younger, her home was torn down from a tornado, and she was in tears. But she was just so thankful for the Red Cross and us being there. She just said she just remembered seeing the Red Cross there and that they gave her breakfast, and they gave her a teddy bear, and that just like brought me to tears. And I had no exposure to disaster at that time, and so here's this lady who's picking up her CPR equipment, but she's thanking me for something that I was not there. I knew nothing about it, but just the part that I was a part of this organization that people look to and have those moments, which I'm sure all of you, when you tell you tell someone you're a part of Red Cross, they tell you, oh, I gave blood, right? It feels so good to save life. You're like, I wasn't there, I didn't take your blood, but we're associated with this organization, and it's that feeling and it's that pride that I have that keeps me here. And just that the work that we do and all the lives that are impacted. So that's what keeps me around. That's what keeps me going.
I love that, Allison. I think there's a lot of things I could add, but I will just quickly say I feel so closely connected to sort of the Red Cross mission. I started at Red Cross 15 years ago, actually in the Greater New York office. So on the second floor, I was in the International Services and Service to the Armed Forces Department. And it was about 6 months after my husband had returned from a deployment to Iraq. He was in the Marine Corps, and then we moved here for the New York City Fire Department. So goodness that I get to see how the Red Cross was sort of, touching our mission every day. My husband has been handed many cup of noodle soups from Red Crossers throughout the Bronx and Manhattan at late night fires. And I thought, wow, how inspiring. So, I mean, our fundamental principles really for me are what ground me in my regular work. I think it's a wonderful anchor for all of us, sort of given the environment in which we're working, what's happening in the world and our country. I'm really inspired to have the fundamental principles to sort of continue to ground me, keep me focused, and just keep the mission really, really close. So I just think it's a wonderful organization to be a part of. And many people leave or come back and touch it in a variety of ways. And the organization, Red Cross, is sort of in your blood from here on out. Just the fact that you're here today, I know you'll be speaking about your Red Cross story for years and years to come. So.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for these takeaways in the chat. These are excellent. I'm really excited to see what comes after the presentation. And most immediately, what comes is that I'll be sending you these slides. I'll be sending you links that we talked about. And then throughout the school year, I expect to hear from you all. I'll be reaching out. We've got a lot of really exciting things to take action on. So I'm so appreciative of your participation, and these takeaways are excellent. I'm going to read through them and I'll probably write them down. They're so good. Well, great. Keep those coming. In the meantime, I'm going to give you the last and final slide, which is just my contact information. So I know most of you have that already, but if you have any questions, any ideas you want to work through, any feedback, please share them with me. My email is hallie.bradshaw@redcross.org. Of course, I included an Archie photo. I mean, we had to end the summit on the highest note possible. But I'm so appreciative of Allison and Jen for joining, and I'm going to pass it over to Andrea.
I'm sorry, I'm like so annoying today. Poor Hallie, I'm always popping up my hand. I just wanted to mention one more thing just for each of you to keep in mind as you're thinking about action plans. If you're part of a Red Cross Club, obviously, if you want to volunteer individually, we can work with that. But no, we are more than happy to take this on the road. So if you would like any one of us to come and speak, especially Hallie, myself, and any one of our Greater New York Volunteer Services volunteers or team members, if you'd like for us to come to your school to meet with your Red Cross Club or whatever you have, feel free to ask. We're more than happy to take it on the road and to come and visit you and spend some time with you and your groups if you need help kind of working through ways that you can interact. So please feel free to invite us, let us come and work with you. And, we're here to support you in any way that we can. Thank you. And that's my final, I promise. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, everybody. Yes, stay tuned for updates in your email, and I will be adding your hours on Monday. So I'll send all the raffle information, the slides. Just stay tuned. It's coming your way. Thank you so much, everyone.
Congratulations, Hallie and team. What an incredible event. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. All right, everybody, I'll talk to you soon. Have a good rest of your weekend.
Bye-bye. Thank you.